everyone. I don't know if anyone's actually here yet, but while I do the final promo, I might as well say that. Hey Obsidia, I see you are I see you are ready and waiting for this, huh? Me watching a MASH AMP as I start. Fair. Fair. This this is going to be an interesting one, I'll say, to start off with, because the way I'm thinking of building her, we're looking at least 3 classes. Uh, I don't know how well I'll be able to pull it all together. But I need I need 1 class for the weapon, 1 class for a very specific ability that we see as like such a huge major part of her story beat. And then I also need a third one for her noble phantasm. So yeah, we'll see how well that works. Okay. With all that said, let's get some music on and let's fricking go. How you doing, by the way, Obsidia? What you been up to? Okay. See where sets. Shuffle. Keep the volume relatively down. Skip ahead from that one. Oh boy. Shuffle playlist, please. Let's also pick one that's maybe not quite so long, since that is literally all of the time. How about no frickin' this one? You're alright, just worked, ran, got some lunch, just started up new DLC for Total War Warhammer 3 before D&D off stream tonight. Oh! Oh, I didn't think I should be, but let me double check. Huh. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. Bikubot should... Oh, no, I didn't have Bikubot triggered. That was it. Let me take care of that. Bikubot, get in here. There we go. Okay. Now everything should be up and running. And hey, Philosopher. Hope you've been having a good one. Alright, so we're going to be starting off tonight with our whole night's theme being Fate franchise characters. I thought, you know, let's try doing some characters, or a character that is very iconic to the newest installment of the franchise. I would go as far as to say that she is the actual main character, because the protagonist is just really a perspective character with no, well, character, because they're a blank slate to project on. So we're building MASH. MASH Curiolite, the artificially created human who ended up being the hero of proper human history, and also someone who's going to have a very messy class build. I can tell you all that much already. So let's talk about our goals for this build first. Okay, so she attack. She attack in a very specific way. Now, if we were to go with D&D rules as written, she has a gigantic, like, tower shield equivalent that she wields as her actual weapon. And unfortunately, the only way we could really represent that in D&D would be if we had something like, excuse me, is if we had something like a improvised weapon, but that would only be a D4, and also not very good. I would make the argument that because historically, there have been actual forms of martial combat that have used a shield as a major part of it, that it should have stats in and of itself, or at the very least, be adjustable to be reflected by an existing D&D weapon very well. It's not, however, and since I want to give her the best shot at being the best character we can make, we're gonna have to improvise with that a little bit. Okay, so second, more importantly, she attacks, sure, but she also protects. She's the shielder. That's the main concept of her whole character, of her sole unique character class. Technically, yeah, there are other servants that could be a shielder, but... Oh, hey! Hey, Hazel! Come on in, make yourselves at home. Let me give you a shout-out. Ferret Kingdom, Ferret Kingdom, Ferret Kingdom, Ferret Kingdom. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. It's alright, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Oh. This is a strange clip. Oh. Oh, that game. Ooh, that game was tough to play. Both in terms of playing, and in terms of just, God, there's so much emotional trauma built into the game. Well, welcome, welcome, Raiders. If you're new here, hi, I'm Beatrix Funny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams with a focus on roguelikes, digital artwork, and tabletop RPGs. I'm joined by my co-host, channel mascot, Francisco. Say hi, Francisco. And also by Chatmoth, who doesn't really do anything, just kinda mimics things that people say in chat sometimes. Today, we are taking characters from one of my favorite and least favorite anime video game franchises, the Fate Stay Night Expanded Cinematic Universe, and we are making them as street-legal, no homebrew required D&D characters. By the way, how is Settlement Survivor? I think I might have been lurking there for a little bit, but I wasn't able to pay as much attention as I'd like. Okay, so, she attack, she protect, she needs to have very solid abilities to defend her team, whether that is through literal shield tactics, whether that's through somehow boosting or healing her team, whether that's through taking the hit instead of them, she gotta protect. But most of all, we gotta give her her noble phantasm, which, spoiler, I'm going to have to talk about her noble phantasm, so if you're super invested in the story of Fate Grand Order and haven't gotten through Chapter 6 of the first story arc, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I need to talk about Lord Camelot, this ultimate shut-down defensive fortress that she creates. We're gonna need something for that. Okay, so, those are our goals. Let's start in with what her stats are going to be. Now, Mash was a genetically engineered human, not to be confused with a homunculus, which are also genetically engineered humans, but not in the same way as a human would be. She was basically designed from the ground up not to have any glaring weaknesses, so also, we're going to have to keep in mind several different multi-class things going into this. We're going to be using the point-buy system. Gonna set our strength to 13. Let's see. Oh, hold on, I need to actually edit some of these points. Gosh. Oh, jeez, I forgot. Because of the new multi-class options that we're gonna have to be doing. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy! This is the kind of character you're asking me to build, Obsidia? hope the Lord have mercy on me, because no one else will, apparently. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, I guess that'll have to do. You'll always watch me suffer, thank you. I feel very seen by that. Okay, so strength 13, dexterity also 13, constitution a little on the low end, only a 12, intelligence, well, I should make this clear. She is not a dumb character. In fact, she's actually a pretty smart character. However, most of her education came in the form of information being downloaded from a magical supercomputer directly into her brain. So she didn't exactly have a, shall we say, normal childhood. Also, as a more recent chapter has shown us, she's a little susceptible to illusions, seeing how she was somehow convinced that she was a fairy for a good chunk of one of the newest chapters of the story. So she's gonna have good intelligence skills, I'll tell you that much, but for the sake of balancing the books, her intelligence score is only gonna be 9. Wisdom 13, Charisma 14. All around, she's a fairly solid character, but she's very middle of the road because, I mean, we're trying to design someone without too many glaring weaknesses, which means we also don't really get too many big strengths. And that's unfortunate. You'll see why, Obsidia. This is gonna be an exhausting build, I can already tell you that much. Okay, so she was a genetically engineered superhuman, but ultimately, that's still, for our purposes, basically just a variant human. Alright, so we are going to put our 2 +1. Let's put these into Wisdom, and let's see. This one to Wisdom, and honestly, the other one is actually going to be Strength. You'll see why later on in the builds. I wasn't entirely lying when I was answering your post about her build, but I wasn't entirely being honest about what she is either. Okay. Like I said, she's a nerd, so although we had to give her a lower intelligence score than I would like, we're at the very least going to give her history proficiency because she loves reading. She learned a lot of what she knows by reading. You know what, honestly, I'll go as far as to give her a neutral intelligence score because I've talked myself into making suboptimal choices in the past, and by God, I'll continue to do so into the future, won't I? The answer is yes. Yes, I will. Are you happy past me? Hey, Althok, how's it going? Nice beans, nice beans. Alright. Alright, so then for the feat. Oh gosh, there's so many feats we could do here, honestly. You know what? I'm gonna go with the Crusher feat, I think. Because most of her damage output is gonna come from her shield or martial arts. Spoiler, we're getting martial arts. So it's gonna be nice to have those a little higher. So Crusher lets you add +1 to Strength or Constitution. We'll be doing Strength. It also, once per turn, when you hit an attack with that deals bludgeoning damage, you can force a target 5 feet in a direction of your choice. And if you critically hit someone with bludgeoning damage, then until the end of your next turn, excuse me, all attacks made against them have advantage. It goes, how are you? I'm doing pretty well today, Alta. I was having a little bit of a stressy, depressy brain night last night, but, you know, honestly, I'm feeling a lot better now. And, I just had dinner. It was real good. And, I'm ready. I'm ready to make some didn't characters. Alright, so... for background, let's see... Honestly, she is really knowledgeable, so... although we're not going to be able to invest as much as I would want in her intelligence score, so let's get here... let's get... Arcana and... religion proficiency. Because she's able to recognize a lot of things from her studies and is pretty good, honestly, at identifying a lot of the servants that you end up meeting as a part of the story. Okay, so now that we've gotten that, we gotta figure out which of the classes that she is we're gonna be starting off in. Glad to hear you're feeling better. Yeah, thank you. I need one more tab open for now. Okay, and I would just like this one, please. Okay, what are these saving throws? Okay, these saving throws are... and these ones are... Alright, yeah. So... we're starting off this build as... yeah, we are starting off this build as a monk. She was trained basically from childhood to be the ideal host for a servant, and thus human-servant hybrid super soldier. So this is gonna give us proficiency in, let's get... yeah, let's get... acrobatics and athletics proficiency here. Today the idea of Fate's Day Nightmasters getting their Fate Grand Order servant versions and how funny that would be. You still love the idea of Rin having to deal with Ishtar or Ilya having to deal with Prisma Ilya Caster. Also Shiro having to talk to Rin and Ishtar. Oh no. Oh no, that'd be awful. Oh boy. Alright, so level 1 for a monk, you get unarmored defense. That makes it so your AC when you're not wearing armor or wielding a shield, I know what that looks like, we'll get to that in a bit. It makes it so your AC is equal to 10 plus your Dex mod plus your Wisdom mod. So at this point, that would be That would only be like a 13 AC. Not great. We're gonna work on that later, though, I promise. Also, you get... martial arts. So, martial arts allows you to use your dexterity instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls of your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. You can roll a d4 instead of whatever the normal damage would be for unarmed strikes or monk weapons. And when you use the attack action, you can make a unarmed attack as a bonus action, as long as the attack action was with an unarmed strike or monk weapon. So you can do all of this only when you are not wearing armor and not wielding a shield. So you might be looking at our girl Mash here and noticing there's kind of a problem with that, because she is wearing armor, and she does wield a very large shield. I promise you, please, I beg of you, you the furies which whip my conscious mind to torment, I beg of you to just give me pause to allow me to explain where we're going with it. We'll get there, I promise. Okay, so... also, since she has for several of her alternate costumes, she just wears a straight-up swimsuit and still seems to be basically as capable as when she's wearing full body armor. We kind of have to assume that she's probably just, like, not reliant on the armor, necessarily. She can work just as well without it. Anyway. Okay, so at Monk 2, you get key points. Key points are the fuel for monks to do all of their cool monk stuff, not to be confused with all their cool monk-y stuff. There sadly isn't a Sun Wukong-themed subclass for monk yet. Maybe someday. Anyway, you can spend a key point as a bonus action to do Flurry of Blows, which, once you make an attack action on your turn, take 2 unarmed attacks as a bonus action. Patient Defense, which allows you to take the dodge action as a bonus action, or Step of the Wind, which lets you spend a key point to take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action, and triple use your jump distance until the end of your turn. Let me just... Okay, so an important thing to note here. There is nothing here that says you still have to not be wielding a shield and be unarmored to spend key points. The only things that you would lose access to if you were to armor up would be the effects of martial arts and unarmored defense. That's very important, okay? Okay. Also, at this level... Also, at this level, you get a couple of additional ways that you can use key points, including Key-Fueled Strike. That allows you to spend a key point as, or 1 key point or more as part of your action, and immediately make 1 unarmed attack as a bonus action. That also includes... Distant Eye. This is not really so much for Mash in her main central form. However, later on, spoiler, Mash gets access to a really, really, really big gun. And Distant Eye allows you to make ranged attack rolls as a monk without any penalty from attacking at long range with your weapon. This is going to be important for when she eventually gets the Black Barrel replica. Also, Quickened Healing. which lets you spend 2 key points and roll a martial arts die, regaining that number of hit points. Well, a number of hit points equal to what you rolled. You really wish there was a legal way for monks to keep their powers while using a shield because you want to be your own mash? I feel you. It was very difficult trying to work out this build. Okay, so difficult. I could use a hug. A little hug as a treat. Okay, also, you get unarmored movement, which, as long as you're not armored, you get an extra 10 feet of movement speed to your, well, whatever speed you have, as long as you're not armored and not wielding a shield. So... Nope, I wanted to go this way, please. Thank you. So, Monk 3. We get the very shielder ability of Deflect Missiles. This allows you to swing your big ol' shield to the front, and as a reaction, when you're hit by a ranged weapon attack, reduce the damage by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your monk level. And if you reduce it to 0, you can even catch that weapon attack, if it's small enough to hold, and toss it right back with another key point as a ranged attack. Alright, but the real reason why we stuck this far into Monk, so far at least... Whew. Oh wait, hold on, actually, key-fueled attack comes later, sorry. My mistake. So, we have to pick a monastic tradition. And we are picking... the Way of the Kensei. Because we need to have a weird weapon that monks normally wouldn't get, and this is how we do it, so... yeah. Anyway... Oh, also, keep in mind that when you see features for the monk, again, unless it specifically says, like with unarmored movement, martial arts, or unarmored defense, that you have to be unarmored and not wielding a shield, there is nothing stopping you from using those features. This will be important later, because as you can see, the girl is armored. Well, Kensei for a good part of the way of Cydia. Then... we'll get there. Okay, so... this gives you... Kensei weapons. A Kensei weapon, you pick one ranged weapon and one melee weapon. The stipulations being that it can't have heavy or special as a property. So... ideally, I would think for a shield this big, you'd probably want to use the stats of a maul, which would do like 2d6 bludgeoning. However, that's not allowed, so we'll go with the biggest bludgeoning weapon we can, which is going to be a Warhammer. Not to be confused with Warhammer, one of Obsidia's gateway drugs into tabletop gaming, and also probably, honestly, probably eventually Transhood. This is a call-out post for Obsidia. If you're gonna make me suffer and cry, I'm gonna drag your ass too. Alright, so, Warhammer. Honestly, the other one doesn't really matter that much. I guess we could say... I mean, later on, she uses a gun, but that's more of a magic item. Well, I'll just say here. Ranged weapon... weapon... doesn't matter that much. Okay, so, The Kensei weapons you pick now count as monk weapons for the sake of your other class features. Then, additionally to that... Oh, absolutely, like, she is so juiced up with magical items and infusions as an Orthonax, I think it fundamentally changed. You're absolutely right, it does change the very basic level of how her kit works. Okay, so here's the important part for this. This gives her access to the Agile Parry. So what does that mean? It means that if you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn and you're holding a Kensei weapon, you can use it to defend yourself if it's a melee weapon. You get a +2 bonus to AC until the start of your next turn, while the weapon is in your hand and you aren't incapacitated. +2 AC is the exact amount of AC that you would have gotten anyway if you were just wielding a shield. This makes her Warhammer, her shield, functionally a shield. There. Easy peasy. We got that part done. We now have a shield that she can use as a decent weapon. Okay, you also get Kensei's shot. So, let's say you want to give Mash a gun, because you know what, to be fair, she kind of deserves it. You can use a bonus action to add an extra d4 of the weapon's damage type when you're hitting with a ranged attack. That's it. It's pretty straightforward. Again, she's not really a ranged weapon fighter, except for the one incredibly powerful Orthonax Black Barrel replica. And even then, the Black Barrel it's not really her thing so much as it is basically an artifact tier magical item that they created and found the parts for. Also, hey Tape, how's it going? Also, she gets Way of the Brush. I'd probably go for a calligraphy proficiency because, I mean, she's such a literature nerd that obviously it should come as no surprise that she writes her own fan fiction. And calligrapher's tools will allow her to be very good at that. How you doing, by the way, Tate? Also, we get key-fueled attack. So if you spend a key point as part of your turn, as part of your action, sorry, one key point or more. Also, keep in mind that it says as part of your action, it does not say it has to be for this. So if you spend a key point, say, like, for one of your other key abilities, like Flurry of Blows, or as part of something else like that, you can make an extra attack with an unarmed strike or a weapon as well as a bonus action. Also, hey Thomas, how's it going? How y'all doing, by the way? I don't think I checked in. Okay. Gonna be sticking out in Monk for one more level for now. So we get Slow Fall, which allows you to fall as a it allows you as a reaction to fall safely for a you can yeah. I didn't take my meds until way later in the morning than usual, does it show? So, Slow Fall, you can use your reaction when you're falling to reduce falling damage by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. At this point, it would be 20 points of damage. You can fall safely for every 10 feet of distance you fall, you suffer 1d6 bludgeoning damage. That means you can guaranteed safely fall 30 feet and take no harm. Also... Oh wait, actually, hold on. Let me go back up here. Because I keep forgetting which one of these were moved to which points later on, but Quickened Healing is actually here, and it's also better. Our waifu, Hammer and Sickle. Alright, so, sorry, ignore what I said earlier about Quickened Healing. Here, as an action, you can spend 2 key points, roll a martial arts die. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number you roll, plus your proficiency bonus. Much better, if a little more expensive. And most importantly, this is also where we get a ability score improvement. So let's scroll back up to the the top here. And here's the thing, Obsidia, I know you're not gonna like it, but she does wear armor, so we're not gonna be focused too much on unarmored defense, so we're kind of gonna ignore that for a while. We are actually going to be putting this into Charisma, for reasons that you'll see later. Alright, so why would I have put that into Charisma when there's 2 other stats that monks do regularly use? For the reason I'm about to show you, because we are now multi-classing over to Paladin. I know what you're thinking. Why? Why are you doing this, Bee? Why? And to be honest, sometimes I don't really know, but this time I do know. It will just take a little while, I promise. Please, have mercy. Okay, so, Paladin 1, you get Divine Sense. Oh, also, sorry. I forgot. Also, you get proficiency in medium armor. She doesn't really have armor that covers her entire body, and honestly, the armor she does have does not look very comfortable or practical. But since it's built like plate armor and it covers roughly half her body, I think you could safely call that half plate. I don't even think that's a joke, but... Anyway, now we have a shield weapon, and we also have ourselves the armor part of it. So forget about that unarmored defense. Until it's summer and swimsuit season, you can just ignore that. Alright, anyway. Divine Sense lets you, as a action, you can sense and find the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. You know what type, as in celestial, fiend, or undead, of those beings, but not the specific identity. You can also detect the presence of places that have been consecrated or desecrated. You can do this a number of times equal to 1 plus your charisma modifier, so at this point 4 times per long rest. In the game, she often has this sort of sense of radar detecting when monsters or enemy servants are coming by. This is basically how we're going to get that without having to rely on, like, a headquarters radioing in to tell her, "Oh, look out, there's monsters incoming!" Anyway, also, you get the ability to lay on hands. That creates a pool of healing points equal to 5 times your paladin level. As an action, you can touch a creature and heal them for as many points as you want, basically, up to the maximum you have in your pool, or you can spend 5 points to cure the target of a disease or neutralize 1 poison affecting them. One of the skills that Mash gives you, thanks to her partnership, is poison resistance. This is how you can do that. She can now grant you the poison resistance. Also, in the manga, in the Fate Grand Order manga, Mash is shown to use these little scrolls that have single-use healing spells in them on the characters. So that is how we justify lay on hands here. Or how I'm going to, at least. And you know what? I feel like I can very easily sleep at night with this knowledge, so you should too. What am I even saying anymore? Unless it's summer or swimsuit season, B 2022 looks at my mash in her swimsuit. And I I don't see where the conflict is here. But what was the holdup? Anyway. Come on. Eh. Let's roll. Continuing from there. Paladin 2. So here she gets access to a Divine Smite that allows her to spend a spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target, in addition to a weapon's damage whenever she does an attack. So the extra damage is 2d8 for a first level spell, plus 1d8 for every spell level higher than that, to a maximum of 5d8, although the damage also increases by 1d8 if the target is undead or fiend, both of which are very, very common monster types to encounter in Fate Grand Order, up to a maximum of 6d8. Also, at this level, we get a fighting style. So, there's a bunch of options we could pick here, to be honest. We could honestly justify either dueling or great weapon fighting. And I think we will probably get something for, that will be a better version of interception in a little bit. So we've got some options, and I want to know what your thoughts on this are, chat. We can either get defense to give us a +1 AC while we're in our armor. We could get interception, which honestly I'm not considering that much because we'll be getting a better version of that later. And we could also get unarmored fighting, since we weren't able to invest much in monk levels that would give us a better, either a d6 or a d8 potentially if you're not using your shield for some reason. So what do you think, chat? I'm curious, what do you think? Because I'll tell you the answer that I'm going with. And it's a weird one. But here's a fun thing that we can do because we're specifically using a shield that isn't actually a shield. We can take advantage of the Mariner fighting style. So that says that while you're not wearing heavy armor or using a shield, technically we're not actually using a shield. We're using a Warhammer that has been reflavored into a shield, but mechanically, despite it being used for a similar purpose, it's not actually a shield. So that means that we have a swimming speed and a climbing speed equal to our normal speed, and we get a +1 bonus to our AC. I don't know, I just like that because it made me feel a little cheeky. It made me feel like a cheeky little devil. Alright. Then we also get spell casting. Let me get the paladin spell list up. Okay, so for spell casting, Since she's a paladin, that means that she has access to all of the spells on the paladin list and just has to pick and choose which ones she wants to use at the end of every long rest. So we're just going to be doing suggested spells. No, come on. Okay, so I'm going to say one of these is definitely going to be Bless. So Bless allows you to choose up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Huh, isn't it convenient that the max size for your party in Fate Grand Order is 3 characters? So it lets you choose up to 3 characters of your choice, and whenever a target blessed by that makes an attack roll or a saving throw during the up to a minute of concentration you have, they can roll a d4 and add that number to the attack roll or saving throw. I would also probably say to expand upon the divine sense, detect evil and good, and Shield of Faith to give a target of your choice +2 AC. Yeah. Okay, so at Paladin 3, we're starting to awaken the spirit that is slumbering inside of Nash and saying, hey, you gotta do stuff. You gotta help out. You gotta pay your magical rent, you freeloading jackass. Start doing stuff for the girl. Before that, though, at 3rd level, you get Divine Health, which makes you immune to disease. Just a fun thing that will most of the time not really matter, but when it does matter, be very, very helpful. And then you also have to pick a sacred oath. And there's a couple of oaths that could be good here, but the one we're going with is the Oath of the Crown. Because, you know, the spirit inside of you, Galahad, was one of the most loyal knights of the Round Table, and one of the most just ones. So it only makes sense that a Knight of the Round Table would be channeling the Oath of the Crown. Okay, so that gives you... Alright. That gives you Oath spells, which here are the 1st level spells, Command and Compelled Duel. Command forces a Wisdom saving throw, or someone has to, or one humanoid of your choice has to follow a 1-word order that you give them on their action. Compelled Duel makes it so that a creature that is affected within 30 feet makes a Wisdom save. If they fail, they can't, or they have disadvantage on attack rolls against anyone that isn't you, and has to make a Wisdom saving throw every time it tries to move to a space more than 30 feet away from you, as well. And if it fails that, it can't. It has to stay close. Anyway, You also get the ability to channel divinity, which allows you, once per long rest, to do one of two abilities that are pretty useful. So here, we have the Champions Challenge. So, Champion Challenge, bonus action. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you has to make a wisdom save, and on a failure, they can't willingly move more than 30 feet away from you. This is fantastic because what it allows you to do is, since you're traveling side by side with your master, you can pop this when you get into combat, target all of the monsters or servants that are approaching, and then move out of striking distance of your master. They won't be able to get closer to them because you're pulling aggro and pulling them away. The other option you get is Turn the Tide. So, as a bonus action, each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you, no upper limit of how many creatures, regains hit points equal to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier, if it has no more than half of its hit points. This is a last-ditch sort of heal, but a very, very clutch one too. Okay. Paladin 4. You get another ability score improvement. Also, I hope you can forgive me, Obsidia, for deceiving you as to how I was going to build MASH. Let's see. I'm gonna say let's do Constitution next for more HP now and more HP later on and better saving throws as well. Okay. Paladin 5. Get a extra attack. So now when you take the attack action on your turn, you can also take another attack. Make sure that one of the attacks you take is the unarmed strike. That way you can hoist your shield into position and get that defensive bonus from it as well. Paladin 6, we get the fantastic ability of the Aura of Protection. This makes it so that whenever you or a friendly creature within 10 feet of you has to make a saving throw, they get a bonus equal to your charisma modifier. So that is a +3 to all of your saving throws and all of your other 2 servant allies and your master as well. Oh, sorry, I forgot. At 5th level, we also get Oath spells. These ones are 2nd level spells. Warding Bond, in Zone Truth. So, Warding Bond makes it so you target a creature, and for an hour, they have a +1 to their AC and their saving throws, resistance to all damage. But each time it takes damage, you take damage too. I would say pop this on your master. It'll really help a bunch. Also, actually, I think I am going to... I'm almost considering switching out the Constitution bonus for, like, the tough feat for, like, a flat HP bonus. I think that might be worth it. What do you think, chat? Well, we'll see for now, I guess. Can always come back to it later. And Zone of Truth makes it so that if someone fails a charisma saving throw, they can't speak deliberate lies. They can try to avoid it or be evasive in how they answer, but they cannot actually willfully tell a knowing lie. Mash seems to constantly be under the effect of this spell for some reason, because the poor girl cannot lie to save her fucking life. Alright, so... Other... Oh. Other suggested spells here. I would suggest Magic Weapon. That makes it so a non-magical weapon, like, say, the giant shield bludgeon that you've been carrying around, it becomes up to an hour, based off concentration, a +1 magical weapon that gets that bonus on attack rolls and damage rolls. And you can upcast it with higher level spell slots to do more damage, obviously. Let's see, beyond that, what else would I suggest as a second level spell? You know what, let's also suggest Aid. That makes it so up to 3 creatures of your choice for the next 8 hours get a +5 to their max HP and their current HP. You're good at making everyone around you a little more sturdy. Okay, so this is the reason why we stuck around, and Obsidia, I'm sure you'll realize pretty quickly what it is exactly that we are going to be looking at. Because at level 7, we get the ability Divine Allegiance. This is one of the most powerful defensive abilities in the game, but also one of the most self-sacrificing, which makes it perfect for our girl Mash. So what it does is when a creature within 5 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to magically substitute your own health for that of the target creature, taking the damage instead of them. This damage can't be reduced or prevented in any way, though. So what is going to happen with this is, let's say, I don't know, you're fighting a collection of demons that has possessed the body of one of the strongest spellcasters in all human history. Seems like kind of a weirdly specific encounter, but let's just say hypothetically that happens. Well, if that happens, you're going to be able to stand in front of your master, shield held high, and you're going to be able to absorb the entirety of their biggest, baddest spell. You're going to be absolutely vaporized because it is going to kill you and then some. But your master? Not a scratch on him. That's the power of love. That's the power of a good kohai. It's the power of MASH. Alright, so we've got something for extreme attacks now, but we also need something for more basic, general purpose attack blocking, and for that, we are going to multi-class one more time. This time into Cleric. Also, are y'all doing okay out there? I want to make sure that everyone's still enjoying themselves. And now I'm, like, constantly concerned that there is, like, things that are going wrong after the last few weeks of streams. Anyway, let's get this up. Oh, no. Dang it, I need the reference on it. There we go. Okay, so... First off, we get spell casting a second time. This means that we are, well, we're going to be getting a lot more spell slots. You have to make sure to keep them separate. However, a useful feature is Paladin's Divine Smite doesn't care where you get the spell slot, so you can use Cleric spell slots to fuel your Divine Smite too. Oh, hey! Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome! Come on in! Make yourself comfy. Let me give you a shout out. Pyro Saber EXP. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Musical theater? That's not D&D.
Yeah, it's just some guy talking.
Granted, I barely do D&D when I'm doing D&D.
Mood. Oh. Hey there, Timothy. Just popping in to say hi from the raid. Got a dip though? No problem. Don't sweat it. So, welcome, welcome, raiders. My name's Beatrix Funny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams with a focus on roguelikes, RPGs of the tabletop sort, and digital artwork. I'm joined by my co-host channel mascot Francisco, and also Chatmoth. Oh, thank you for joining the Flopple. And also Chatmoth, who just kind of ominously repeats things that chat says sometimes. Fate's going pretty well right now. We're a little more than halfway through our first build of the night, Mash Kirillite. Well, she's a messy build. We've so far had her with 3 levels of Monk, and then 4 levels of Monk, then 7 levels of Paladin, and now we're doing our 3rd multi-class over to Cleric. Thank you. Oh, Miss B. Yeah. I try to be both little and a miss. You're sorry, what? Which part would you like the explanation on? Okay. So, uh, oh yeah. Yeah, so to explain, first off, we needed something that we could use as a shield without it having to actually be a shield because it's a weapon. So for that, we went to Kensei Monk to give her a Warhammer, which we can treat as a flavored version of her shield. And then we get Agile Parry, which allows us, as long as we hit with it or try to make an attack with our unarmed strike as a monk, we also still get the ability to use the Warhammer as like a blocking attack. Or as like a block to get that +2 AC, which is basically how much we'd get from a shield anyway. Then the Paladin levels were because we, well, I wanted to give her the ability to completely tank an attack's damage, so we get a lot of abilities to pull aggro on enemies, to take hits for your master, and then finally Divine Allegiance, which allows you, when someone takes damage within 5 feet of you, to completely absorb all of that damage. You can't negate it or reduce it, you gotta take the full hit, but if, say, history's most powerful sorcerer's corpse, piloted by a bunch of demons, is trying to hit you with its biggest, baddest spell, you can just plant your shield in front of your master, take the hit, and leave them without a scratch. And now we're over in Cleric, because we need to give her the ability to do a little more than what she can already. Let's see. Hold on a second, I need to double check something real quick. How you doing, by the way, Pyra? And everyone who came over with the raid, how you doing tonight? I hope you're having a wonderful one. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna do a quick edit here. While I really like the idea of Mariner to be a cheeky little git, I think I'm actually gonna switch this out to unarmed fighting. Because since she's not able to use her martial arts since she's wearing armor, she would normally still be hitting with only 1 damage. This way it's at least a d6, which is much better. I mean, she'll be able to attack twice in 1 turn anyway, because she got to level 5 of Paladin, but still. Okay, anyway, so, Cleric, round 2. So you gotta pick a Divine Domain. And we are going to be picking the Protection Domain. So this is a domain that you can find in UA, one of the Unearthed Arcanas. It came out a little while back, 2016. However, it was never actively gotten rid of, so you can still use it, and I would, because for her it's a very useful ability. No, a very useful subclass with a lot of abilities. Anyway, so this gives you a bonus proficiency of heavy armor. So now, if you want to have her weird little armor mini dress with the armor boobs covering it thing, this really weird vacuum sealed armor, if you want that to be heavy armor, it can be now. You also get shield of the no, of the no, people. So, Shield of the Faithful. When a creature attacks a target other than you within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. To do so, you have to be able to both... hold on. Excuse me. You have to be able to see it and interpose something, like an arm, a weapon, a shield, and that reaction imposes disadvantage on the attack roll. So use Shield of the Faithful if you think that it's just kind of a normal standard attack. Use the Divine Allegiance if it is a big, you have got to make your friend survive this attack or else kind of attack. Okay. So let's see. Cleric is also one of those classes that gets to know all of their spells right out of the gate, so we're again just gonna pick spells that I would suggest that you can, if you want, use, or if not, whatever. Oh, sorry. Also, you get domain spells. Hilariously enough, this also gives you access to always having Compelled Duel prepared. And protection from evil and good. Protection from evil and good. Basically, there's a couple of benefits, but the main ones are you pick a target up to 10 minutes concentration, and any creature that is aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, and undead, which covers most of the enemy types you'll ever see in Fate Grand Order. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the protected creature. The target can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them either, and if they are already charmed, frightened, or possessed by them, they get advantage on saving throws against those effects. No. Let's see, what spells would I suggest for first level? Oh, that's right, you also get cantrips. I totally forgot about cantrips. How could I forget about cantrips? Easily, actually. Spells, no. Cantrips. Okay, I would suggest Resistance, which lets you add a d4 to a creature to the next saving throw that they have to make within a minute. I would also say let's get Light, which allows you to see with your dumb superhuman eyes. And honestly, let's go with the full non-violent package here and also get Guidance, which allows you to add a d4 to the next ability check that a creature makes. Okay, so other suggested first level spells here. I mean, Cure Wounds is always good. Just, it's straight up healing. Very simple. Let's see, she doesn't really do much in the way of ranged magical weapons outside of the one, like, artifact level super weapon that she gets later on, but that's not a part of her character. That's just something she is given to use. Let's see, so... Thank you for the snack. You know, if you really want to, you could also maybe get, inflict wounds. Just to do some quick but very heavy damage. 3d10 at first level is not to be scoffed at. And let's also suggest for first level Sanctuary. So Sanctuary lets you, for up to a minute, protect a creature from being attacked or targeted by harmful spells. Anyone that wants to attack the worded creature or target them with harmful spells has to make a wisdom save, and on a failure, they have to choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. It doesn't protect the character from area of effect spells, though, so be careful about that. And if a worded creature makes an attack, casts a spell that affects an enemy, or deals damage to another creature, the spell ends. So, cast Sanctuary on your master, your senpai, and then from there, the only spells that they really get are passive ones. At most, I think you can cast a very limited version of Hold Person. So, like, that would break Sanctuary, but as long as you're not using that particular mystic code, you should be fine. Cleric Till. Okay, so you also get a second Channel Divinity, not to be confused with Paladin Channel Divinity. Yes, every time I do one of these character builds, I go all the way to the end. Okay, so you have a couple of options here. The first one is you can turn undead, which makes it so that any undead of a certain level or lower are forced to make I believe it's a wisdom saving throw. Let me double check. Cool. So, right, as an action, you can use your charge of Channel Divinity, and each undead you can see within 30 feet of you has to make a wisdom save, and if they fail, they are turned. Turned creature has to spend its turns trying to get as far away from you as possible and can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. Can't take reactions as well, and for its action it can only use the dash action to try and get even further away from you. So it'll get it turned into something better later on. Also, don't really bother using it unless for some reason you're fighting a ton of undead. Instead, you can use the other Channel Divinity option, which is Radiant Defense. Keynote this and the Paladin channel. Oh, they do! They do! I did not know that. Oh, that is really cool. Okay, so let's see. I have learned something today. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. I keep fiddling with things in my hands, but it's not really the best for streaming because I end up dropping them. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so you get one use from the Paladin, so that means we're already at 2 uses now that we're classed into Cleric as well. So that means you can use this both for Radiant Defense and also for the Champion Challenge. Oh, they don't stack? Huh? Okay. I don't really know the rules, to be honest, so I'll accept it. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Well, I mean, until you get to a later level of Cleric, at which point you do get more uses of it. Anyway. So anyway, Radiant Defense, as an action, you can bless an ally within 30 feet of you. The first time they're hit by an attack within the next minute, the attacker takes 2d10 plus your Cleric level in Radiant damage. Okay, so... Okay, so you get the Aid spell, which I already explained that earlier on. +5 to current and max HP to 3 creatures for 8 hours. And protection from poison. That neutralizes a poison if it is already within someone's system when you touch them. If more than one, if more than one target, or if more than one poison is affecting them, you get to pick which poison it is, or neutralize it at random. And for the duration, the target has advantage on saving throws against being poisoned and resistance to poison damage. Again, this is a very important skill that you get as a player, as the protagonist, the quote-unquote protagonist, that you get from being partners with MASH. Okay. Now we also are doing suggested spells. Alright, let's see. I would go for a nice all-arounder with Enhance ability, which lets you pick a type of ability, and one of the 6 ability scores, and the target gets advantage on checks made using those abilities. If it's Constitution, since there are no Constitution skills, they get 2d6 temporary hit points as well, and there are other little effects, basically, if you go one by one through those. Let's see, I would also suggest maybe... maybe... Augury? That's basically you using your communication device to radio back in with the Shadow Border or with Chaldea to say, hey, if I do this, do you think that's a good idea? A bad idea? A neutral idea? And they will give you an answer. It will be a very short and concise answer, but it will be an answer. Cleric Ward. We get an ASI. So let's take a look at our ability scores. Let's see. We're not really going to be using much in the way of cleric spells that require your wisdom modifier. It would be good for healing, but we're not really doing much with that. So I'm actually going to suggest that we put this into charisma, since you have the aura of protection as a paladin. That makes it now +4 to all saving throws for you and anyone within 10 feet of you. Okay, so at Cleric 5, the Turn Undead ability gets upgraded into Destroy Undead, which means that now when you turn undead, if it has an challenge rating of 1/2 or lower and fails its saving throw, it gets just instantly destroyed instead. Also, we now have access to 3rd level spells, so let's see what we got and what we want. Hey! Hey son. Sorry, you frightened me. You frightened me because you didn't put a little scratch and I was expecting it. You okay? That's our cat son Totoro. What's up? What's up, buddy? I love you. I don't know what's up with him right now. Anyway. 3rd level, I would suggest... Oh wait, before I do suggested spells, let's do domain spells. Always forget that. Alright, so, protection from energy makes it so for up to an hour based off concentration, a target that you touch has resistance to your choice of acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. It's good. That's half damage. That is fantastic. I don't know what else to say, it's just a good spell. The other one you get is Slow, which is also a really powerful debuff. When you cast Slow on something and it fails a wisdom saving throw, its speed is halved, has a -2 penalty to its AC and dexterity saving throws, can't use reactions. On its turn, it can either use an action or a bonus action, but not both. And they can't make more than one melee or ranged attack. Hey. Yes, son. Can I help you? Don't. He was trying to drag my cell phone off the desktop. Look, there's no games on there that you would like. I don't know what to tell you. It's true. And also, if they try to cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, roll a d20, and on an 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until next turn instead. Oh, and the creature has to use its action on that turn to complete the spell, or it's just wasted. Okay. So very good debuffs there. Yes, son? Can I help you? What is it? What is it? Anyway, sorry about that. I'm seeing a weird little man right now. Okay, I would recommend Dispel Magic, which lets you make a wisdom check, DC equal to 10 plus a spell level of an ongoing magical effect that you want to get rid of. If it is a spell level of 4th or higher, if it's a spell of 3rd level or lower, it's just automatically removed. And the other spell I would recommend here is Beacon of Hope. So this is sort of a aura effect. Choose any number of creatures within... Son, what are you doing? What is it? Why are you zooming? I love you, but why are you zooming? So, choose any number of creatures within 30 feet of you. For the duration, they have advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws, and regain a maximum number of hit points possible whenever they're healed. And I would also suggest Sending, which allows you to communicate a message of 25 words or less to a creature that you're familiar with, say wherever the home base is that you're trying to get in touch with, and they can hear the message, recognizes it from you if they know you, and can answer in a likewise manner. You can also send messages across other planes of existence. Oh, so they can travel over any distance. If it's the same plane of existence, totally fine. Different plane of existence, 5% chance that it doesn't arrive. You know what? I'm also gonna suggest Tongues, which allows you to be understood when you speak by anyone who has the ability to understand spoken language. Oh, sorry. The spell grants the creature that you touch the ability to understand any spoken language, and when they speak, any creature that knows a language can hear it as a language they understand. Or rather, can hear that anyone who knows at least one language can understand the target. There we go. I can say things, I promise. I swear. Okay, at Cleric 6, we get second use of Channel Divinity. So now we can use it twice for Long Rest. Oh, sorry, short or long rest. Also, you are considered a blessed healer. This means that when you cast a spell that uses the spell slot that restores hit points to a creature other than you this turn, you also regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. Alright, so Cleric 4. Cleric 4th level spells is what we get here. So, domain spells are going to be Guardian of Faith and Odilux. Resilient Sphere. Okay, so Guardian of Faith creates a large spectral guardian that occupies a sorry, it's been a while. A Guardian of Faith A large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration in an unoccupied space of your choice. It can also move to a space within... Oh, sorry, any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the Guardian for the first time on a turn has to succeed on a dexterity save or take 20 radiant damage on a fail. And the Guardian vanishes when it has dealt a total of 60 damage. This is one that lasts for 8 hours, so it feels like the suggested use of it, since it's not concentration as well, is cast this, have a nice sleep, a nice long rest, wake up, you're fine. Alright. There's also Odaluk's Resilient Sphere. This can create up to a minute a sphere of shimmering force that encloses a creature or object of size large or smaller within range. They can make a dex save if they don't want to be within the sphere. So nothing, not physical objects, energy, or other spell effects can pass through the barrier, in or out, though a creature can breathe in there. The sphere is immune to all damage, and a creature or object inside can't be damaged by attacks or effects originating from outside the sphere, nor can a creature inside damage anything outside of it. It's weightless and large enough to contain just the creature. An enclosed creature can, however, use its action to push against the wall of the sphere and roll it at up to half their speed. And this globe can be picked up and moved by other creatures as well. So that lasts up to a minute. It's a good way to completely protect someone if you need them and they don't need to actually be doing very much. Or it's a good way to also lock someone down and make them kind of useless for a minute. Okay, now suggested spells. And say, let's get Death Ward. You can protect a creature for up to 8 hours, so that if they hit 0 HP during that, they instead hit 1 HP. Oh, also, if it's protecting them while they would take or be affected by something that would kill it instantly, like, say, Power Word Kill, that also negates that effect instead. Let's see, I would suggest Locate Creature. Mash is very good at staying in touch and finding her master, so this would be a good match for that. And... what are you doing, Totoro? Is there anything else that I would suggest for this level? I think those are the main ones, honestly. Okay, so... Cleric 8, we get our last ability score improvement of the build. So I don't think we should be boosting strength, because while she can fight, she is not particularly strong against anyone in particular. We're not boosting dexterity because she's gonna be wearing medium or heavy armor at this point. We could do constitution, we could do intelligence or wisdom, charisma, but... let's see... Could do Wisdom for better healing effects, and also better Dispel Magic. You know what? I think here I'll instead go for a feat, specifically the Tough feat. That gives you retroactively 2 HP for every level you already have, and 2 HP for an additional 2 HP for every level you get, for a total of 40 extra HP, making her pretty dang tanky. And finally, our capstone level. Oh, also, you at this level can now destroy undead of CR1 or lower. Oh, and also again, gosh, sorry, I'm so silly right now. I'm forgetting things all over.
What the fuck was that?
Okay, so, you have Divine Strength. So, that means that once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, it deals an extra 1d8 radiant damage. And since you're already past 14th level, 14th total level, the extra damage scales up to 2d8.
I know what you're thinking.
Okay, so now here first, let's get our domain spells. You get Anti-Life Shell
Just listen.
and Wall of Force. Okay, so Anti-Life Shell, you create a 10-foot radius barrier around you that moves with you, centered on you, and any creature that isn't undead or a construct cannot move past that barrier. It lasts concentration up to an hour. It prevents affected creatures from passing or reaching through. However, creatures that would be blocked by it can still cast spells or make attacks with ranged or reach property through the barrier. And if you move so that an affected creature is forced to pass through the barrier, that also ends the spell. More importantly, we get our Noble Phantasm, finally, the truest form of it, Wall of Force. You create a Wall of Force for up to 10 minutes. It appears in any orientation that you want, free-floating on a solid surface. You could make it shaped like, say, the Castle Camelot. That would be pretty good. You can also form a hemispherical dome or sphere with a radius of up to 10 feet. So you can do, you make this up of 10 by 10 foot panels which have to connect, but it can be of any form. Nothing can physically pass through the spell, and it is immune through the wall, and it is immune to all damage and can't be dispelled by dispel magic. The disintegrate spell destroys the wall instantly, however, though it does extend into the ethereal plane, so you can't move past it by going into that dimension either. This is the ultimate defense offered by Lord Camelot, and a pretty fitting capstone. But let's also see if there are other spells of 5th level that we think Mash should have. Justin spells. Sorry. Ugh. The only one I can particularly think of would be Legend Lore, which you name a person, place, or object, and it gives you lore about that object. The more widely known and the more stuff you already know about them, the more and more detailed and important information you get is from it. So this would be how you're able to learn as much as possible about things related to other noble phantasms and servants that you encounter. This is one of her strongest weapons, her brain. Alright, and with all that, let's take a look at her pros and cons. So for pros, she's kind of a defensive powerhouse. Assuming that you're going to be doing... sorry. Assuming that you're going to be wearing heavy armor, that means that with the additional bonus that you get from your Kensei weapon, you have, at bare minimum, 20 AC. On top of that, you're getting and giving a, I believe it is +3 bonus? No, +4 bonus to all saving throws. You've got a ton of spells designed to let a ton of spells and abilities designed to let you take damage and pull aggro away from other people. You are an absolutely fantastic defender and protector, and we didn't even have to do any levels of Cavalier to get there. You also, if you're able to hit, you've got a good source of consistent damage. It is mostly made out of magical damage at this point, so you are dealing, let's see, if it's an unarmed strike, probably a d6. Or if it is a warhammer that you're using with both hands, that would be, let's see, that's a d10 plus 2d8 from Divine Strike, 2d8 radiant damage. Then on top of that, you can also burn some of your spell slots to get Divine Smites. You can have Magical Weapon up as well. Yeah, you can do some pretty consistent turn-over-turn damage, even without having to do any smites at all, really. Let's see, and you're also excellent for magical and skill based support. So this is for things like you can get rid of statuses, diseases, poison, you can give people resistance, you can give them extra AC and extra saving throw bonuses. Not to mention that you've got some pretty useful skills that you can give, that you can help people out with as well. Alright, so now as for cons, we kind of made her a mad class. She is relying on for different things her saving throw stats, her charisma, her wisdom, and you want to make sure all of those are pretty good, but because she's a mad class, that means that we weren't able to actually max out any one of her stats, which is kinda really unfortunate. She also has some redundancy in her defenses. What I mean being that there is a lot of things that allow her to take damage for people, or to draw aggro away, or to all kinds of those sort of bonuses that don't really work together. They kind of just overlap. The point is that the point that we did that for is so that way, even if she like runs out of spell slots or key points, there are still other ways that she can get those defensive buffs up. But it is kind of redundant if you look at it as a whole. Also, this also depends on what you view as a negative, but she's gonna have to monitor spell slots of 2 different casting classes, key points, divines, channel divinities. There's a fair amount of things that she needs to keep in mind, as well as her HP is actually very much a resource in and of itself, more so than other classes, since she has the ability to either take the damage while boosting someone else with Warding Bond, or take all of the damage in order to give someone else a complete harm-free moment. But honestly, for what she is, a character who dedicates herself entirely to protecting people, she does it very, very well. And as crazy as the build ended up being, I'm really happy with how it turned out as well. But y'all can tell me your thoughts too, and also, I hope that y'all are still around and still awake, because we've got our first vote of the night coming up. So, we have to pick which character I am going to be building next. Let's get this set up. Thank you for the head pat. I appreciate that. Okay, let's bring up my list. Okay. So I'm gonna set the poll to, let's do 5 minutes. Alright, chat, who is next? There is your list of options. Your choices are Karna, one of the heroes of the Mahabharata, and the brother of Arjuna, and also the son of the sun god. We've got Da Vinci, but a little version of Da Vinci. So she's a magical roller derby girl with a whole ass giant SUV, I guess? It's kind of confusing, to be honest. Also, hey, Heavy. We've got Semiramis, ancient queen of assassination and sorceries alike. We've got Voyager, literally the Voyager space probe, and something that makes me very emotional and upset to talk about, but I will gladly do so if you want. And Tamamo no Mae, everyone's favorite con fox girl. And if no one chooses, I'm just gonna have to keep running the votes until someone does, so... Hey, please vote. Alright. Also, hey Happy, how you doing? And thank you for the hydrate, Umbra, I just took care of that. So far, we're well over a minute in, and it is a dead heat. Not a single person has left the starting gate. Hey Nina, how's it going? That's alright, that's one of the hazards of doing one of these themed ones. Either there's a bunch of people who are really passionate that show up to it, or there's very few to no people who show up, and I kinda just have to work around it. Oh, okay, I see that Obsidia has voted. Great. I'm in danger. Voyager is currently leading the pack with a single vote. Can anyone hope to topple him? Oh! Tamamo no Mae has also entered the race with a single vote as well. Oh no, Voyager is literally the 1970s spacecraft, the Voyager. Voyager has gotten a second vote, which I can only assume that one is Obsidia. Look, I get it, Obsidia. I know you were upset that I didn't do a solo Kensei build for MASH, but that's just not what the character needed. You're gonna have to deal with that. Alright, well, it looks like that's going to be the final pick, unfortunately for me. I hope y'all are ready to see me openly cry on stream, because that's what you voted for. Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. Okay. Despite my best efforts, y'all have decided... Oh, that was just Nina twice, I see. Fair. Hey, Tibby, how's it going? I hope you're having a good one today. For some reason you can't see chat? Hmm, that's weird. How are you typing that, then? Ah, that will do it. Okay, well, let's get set up for it. Okay, so first things first, I need to go grab the character, or the art for the character. What have you been up to today, Tippy? Oh, nope. Go back. No. Go back. This is the kind of stuff that people come to see, I guess. Okay, so while I'm setting this up, let me explain what exactly it is that we're building here, because this is a bit of a difficult character to explain. Because even within the series that he's from, he's an anomaly. So, Voyager is a personified embodiment of the actual historic event and historic object of the Voyager, the NASA Voyager probe. And connected to that is also the personification of all of the hopes and dreams of everyone involved with the project, and everyone involved with the desire to explore and uncover new things, and the curiosity that drove humanity to the stars in the first place. This little guy is the embodiment of all of that, so we've got to make sure he's able to represent it all as well. That's going to be very difficult, but we'll do our best. First, let's talk about our goals. So you have to be able to boldly go. This is a character who, historically, is a spacecraft. So he needs to be able to survive in the cold, merciless vacuum that is outer space. And honestly, do fairly well there as well. Still can't believe that. Honestly, the real kicker for me is that Obsidia is the one who wanted me to do this one so badly because she knew I would get too emotional and cry about it, and she's not even heckin' here actively to watch it. SM my frickin' H. Okay. Alright. So then after that, we gotta give him some star powers. We're going to largely be doing this flavor-wise because he doesn't really canonically have too much in the way of attacking abilities. So we want to find other ways to make him able to still, well, function. To still be able to function in a fight if he has to. And, third goal is we gotta be just a little guy. We gotta be able to be a very endearing figure. And because one of the things that Voyager represents is humanity's desire to explore and discover, and our curiosity, but also our desire to make new friends and connect with people and things throughout the universe. So we've got to be an incredibly charismatic figure as well. B, do you have Baldur's Gate 3? No, I do not. Oh, also, I forgot that I was going to be doing this in the subscribers call. So if people who are subscribed to me want to do input on any of these things, feel free to pop in. And as long as you aren't super abusive of the privilege, then you'll get to keep doing it. Why do you ask, Hazel? Alright, so with that in mind, let's start looking at our stats here. We're going to be using a standard point spread option here. Okay, alright, so, we're going to make our first stat Charisma. Like I said, we are, as Voyager, we are humanity's connection and potential ambassador to other worlds. We need to be able to be a good little ambassador. Fuck, I'm already tearing up. Why does talking about a fucking space probe make me cry? After that, I'm gonna do intelligence, because he has to be able to know a lot about space, which is going to be nature checks, which is intelligence space, and also because he's very curious, he's got to be able to make good investigation checks, which is going to also be intelligence. Voyager will never be home again. I know. I know. I know. It's just a little guy of a space bro. I know. So after that, pretty nimble for what he is. He's got to be able to fly. Gotta fly high, little space guy. We're going to then go to, let's see, and let's go to wisdom, because again, he's a space probe. His whole point is to be able to learn things. I would like it to be higher, but we needed other things more. Constitution is lower than I would like. He's largely relying on all of the metal strapped to him to protect him. And then strength is going to be our dump stat, because in the vacuum of space, everything is weightless. So he doesn't need to do heavy lifting. Alright, so hold on, I need a moment to assemble myself again. Okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, we are actually going to be using one of the newest races to D&D. This is one that got added super recently in the Astral Adventurer's Guide, and it is called the Autognome. So, this means that he is a construct. That tracks. He's a probe. This also, so this makes us a small and a construct, which that matches. He is both small, he is a small little guy, and he is a construct. That also gives us, let me move this off to the side so I can see while I'm working. Okay, so this also gives us armor casing. That means that while we're not wearing armor, our durable metal body gives us an AC of 13 plus dexterity modifier, so 14 at the moment. He is also built for success, because we wanted our little guy to be able to do the best he could. That means that you can add a d4 to one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you make, and you can do so after seeing the d20 roll's result, but before the effect takes place. You can do that trait a number of times, equal to your proficiency bonus, and get all uses back on a long rest. It's basically a minor version of Bardic Inspiration. You also get Healing Machine. This overcomes some of the construct type's innate weaknesses. first off, if the mending spell is cast on you, you can spend a hit die, roll it, and regain that number of HP plus your constitution modifier, minimum of 1. And in addition, you're able to be affected by healing spells that wouldn't normally affect constructs, such as Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Mass Cure Wounds, Mass Healing Word, and Spare the Dying. You have a mechanical nature. This means that you have resistance to poison damage and immunity to disease, saving throws against being paralyzed or poisoned, and you don't need to eat, drink, or breathe, which is good because, again, you're in space. Okay, I'm good. I can keep going. You can take a sentry's rest instead of a normal long rest. That means you have to spend at least... Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. So it means you have to spend at least 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state, but you're still completely conscious and alert. Okay, oh dang it, I lost my window. Window, come home! Where are you? Oh, there you are. You also get... Ah! I have proud parent energy. What does that mean here? I'm so confused. And you also have a specialized design, which gives you proficiency with 2 tools of your choice. I would recommend Cartographer's... What? Nina, why? Thank you for the posture check and hydrate, though. I would suggest getting Cartographer's tools and Navigator's tools so that you don't get lost. For your background, okay, let me see what we're starting off with class option-wise for skills. Okay, for your background, we're going to give you... Let's see... We're going to give you Perception and let's see, Perception and thank you, Cal. Thank you for the emotional support, Cal. Voyager is off doing its job in space, I know. Hold on, I got this. We're giving him Perception and History proficiency, so that way he'll be able to see all of the sights the universe has to offer, and History because he contains the golden records, and those are records left... why are you making me do this in this voice too? Oh my, hold on. Let me get the time. Alright, so in History, because he has the golden records, which is up until his launch, a complete...
I just shot a probe into space to check on Voyager 1 and 2. They say they are fine. And seeing wonders of the universe. Also you didn't need that flat screen TV, right?
No, I didn't need the TV, thank you. That's very nice to hear. Okay, so the golden records, which contain a lot of information about the history of human civilization up till his launch. Okay, I can do this. Level 1. We are actually going to be doing in a bed and breakfast in the middle of nowhere, so just making your rounds for the night that was important to you. Have a great time and have a great night beyond it. Thank you. I'm currently crying because I remember the Voyager space probe. And it makes me very emotional. Come on, where are the tissues? I know I have them in here. No, like, I am legitimately crying IRL. What? No, I never actually watched that anime. I'm crying because the Voyager space probe makes me very emotional. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So I was waking character voice for a little bit there. Okay, so we're gonna actually be a warlock because there's a subclass that's really good for this. So first we get proficiency in 2 more skills. So we're gonna get nature and investigation. So that way you know all about space and are good at finding out new things to learn. I swear I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be okay, I promise. Hey, old man, how's it going? Okay, so, as a warlock, you have pact magic. This means that you can cast spells in a really limited way. No, I'm not drunk. Honest, I'm not drunk. I'm just thinking about the Voyager space probe. And it always makes me really emotional. No. No, I'm not really okay because I'm thinking about the Voyager. Okay. Okay, legitimately nothing happened to make me upset. It's literally just thinking about the the historical space probe that NASA launched, the Voyager, makes me super emotional. Also, I'm sorry that I didn't do anything really for the voice for a lot of that. Okay, so you get 2 cantrips of your choice from the Warlock table, and then you also can learn additional spells. Warlock spell slots are a little different because you get very few of them, but they come back on a short rest. Thank you for the save, but I can't save. Ow! Thank you for the save. Oh. Nation from the Dragon Empire Space. Oh. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that the bit launcher isn't working right now. I don't know why it's not. Okay, so... right. That means that you have very few spell slots, but you get them back on a short rest instead of a long rest, and when you cast a spell using them, it's always treated as the highest level spell slot that you could have had. Okay, so... it's literally just talking and thinking about the Voyager spacecraft. Like, sure, the humanoid version of it is cool and all, but it's literally just the Voyager probe in general. I wish I could explain why, and I probably could off stream when I'm not this emotionally compromised. I promised I'm not, like, sad, upset, I'm just very emotional. I'll explain eventually. He is just a little guy, though. Okay, so... he doesn't really do much in the way of attacks in the novel where he's from. But I am gonna suggest picking up Eldritch Blast just to give him some sort of offensive abilities. So, Eldritch Blast, this is the bread and butter of Warlock and 5e. On a hit, a target takes 1d10 force damage, and you get to be able to make more of these laser beams, or in his case, we're going to reflavor them as shooting stars. You get to make more shooting stars as you go up in level. Okay. In addition to that, let's also get... let's see, can he learn... okay, he can't learn mending, unfortunately. But let's give him... oh, question? What's the question? Let's also give him Mage Hand. Oh, yeah, let's go with Mage Hand. Honestly, I think that by the time that he reaches one, humanity will probably not exist anymore. But it's nice to know that... I am so sorry, Zest! I'm so... alright, hold on, let me compose myself. I'm so sorry that this is how you have to first meet me. Hi, my name's B. You can tell I'm very autistic because I get emotional to the point of tears thinking about a spacecraft and trying to build a little anime version of them in D&D. Okay. But hi, it's very nice to meet you. I'm sorry that this has to be your first impression. Whew. Thought we were having fun. Holes resized? What does that even mean? Gotta get rid of some of these. Oh yeah, there is a lurk command. It's !lurk. Thanks for hanging around, Odin. Okay, let's see. I think I'm composed enough that I'm not going to be crying quite as intensely. I hope you like the Fate series, Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, Fate Grand Order, any of those, because we're going to be working with a lot of those today. Alright, let's see. It's a lot of first levels, but not a ton that are super important for him. I think we'll go with... Oh, I mean... Let's go with... One was just a Gaston. That is pretty funny. Okay, let's see. How many spells do Warlocks know at this level again? 2. Right. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I'm composed enough for now. I'll probably make myself cry again later, but that's okay. We're gonna be okay. Let's get... Comprehend languages, because he has basically records from... this is Voyager 1, so he has records from an awful lot of human languages, and I would be willing to bet that given the amount of time he'll have, he'd probably be able to figure out alien ones too. So let's get Comprehend languages, and let's also get Expeditious Retreat, which lets you dash as a bonus action. So he's very fast. If you look at his stats, his highest is Agility, which is A+, so it would make sense to give him that spell as well. Okay. So, we also have to pick our otherworldly patron. And we are going with one that has only ever appeared in Unearthed Arcana, but is too perfect. And that is called the Seeker. So the Seeker represents a being that travels the multiverse in search of knowledge and secrets, which, to me, sounds perfect for a curious little space probe. You get additional spells, which, at this level, are Featherfall and Jump. Featherfall lets you ignore falling damage for yourself and up to, I believe it's 5 creatures. Yeah, up to 5 creatures. You can ignore falling damage as a reaction. This would be very useful since, I mean, again, 0 gravity in space. You're still got a lot of momentum there. You probably want to be able to not take a ton of damage if you collide with something in space, or if you have to do re-entry. You also get the jump spell, which triples your jump distance. Again, 0 gravity space shenanigans. Okay. Also, at level 1, having your patron be the Seeker gives you a shielding aurora. So, as a bonus action, you create a whirling aurora of brilliant energy and stars that swirl around you. Until the end of your next turn, this gives you resistance to all damage, and if a hostile creature ends its turn within 10 feet of you, it takes radiant damage equal to your Warlock level plus Charisma bonus. You can do that once per short or long rest. getting resistance is huge, considering we're not gonna have the most health. And also the AoE automatic damage is very nice. Okay, so continuing on from there. Also, again, I am so sorry that that had to be your introduction to the channel, Zest. I hope I didn't scare you off. Alright, so... At Warlock 2, we get Eldritch Invocations, which are just fun little bonus effects that will allow you to do a little extra stuff here and there. Let me bring those up so we can decide. You get 2 to start off, and then you'll get additional ones later on. Also, God, my nose sounds so... I sound so nasally and stuffy now because my nose. Ugh. Okay, so... I'm going to suggest for the first one, it's a bit of a misnomer, but Devil's Sight. Devil's Sight allows you to see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, out to 120 feet. It's pretty dark in space. I think that it would probably be pretty useful to have perfect night vision in there. Let's see. And the other one, I think, because again, we're not really going to be doing much for damage diversity here. Let's also get, let's also get Agonizing Blast, which lets us add our Charisma modifier to the damage of Eldritch Blast. Also, I just realized I forgot to add the bonuses you get from your race. So let's do that real quick. So it's either +2 and +1 or 3 +1s. Let's see. Let's see. Let's get a +2 and a +1. Let's do Charisma boost up to 17, Dexterity boost up to 14. So that way our AC is now 15, which, you know, it's a lot better. Okay, so we got that. That means also our Eldritch Blast is doing 1d10 plus 3 damage. Sorry, I'm still very snotty after getting super emotional. We also learn one more spell. Alright, let's see. Let's get protection from evil and good, which allows you to give yourself or someone else that you touch protection from aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiend, and undead, amounting to those creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you, against the protected target, and they can't charm, frighten, or possess them. I imagine most things you'd find in outer space would probably be celestials or aberrations, so this will be pretty useful. Alright. Exactly. Cosmic dragons with their radiation breath. Alright, so Warlock 3, we get our Packed Spoon. Normally, we would only have a limited set of options for this. However, because we are our patron is the Seeker, we get one additional one that we're going to be taking here, and that is the Pact of the Star Chain. So, what does that do? First off, it gives you the Augury spell, which you can cast as a ritual. Augury basically lets you ask a question about something, a specific choice of specific action that could be done within the next 30 minutes, and the DM will tell you if it would have good results, bad results, or good and bad results, or nothing for results that aren't particularly one or the other, or both. You can cast that as a ritual spell, and it doesn't count against the number of spells you know. Also, you can gain advantage on an intelligence check while you're carrying this item once per short or long rest. Okay. And you again learn one more spell, which can now be up to level 2. Let's see. I'm going to suggest for this one actually getting Darkness. So, hey Vine, how's it going? I sound awful because I was just crying a ton because I thought about the Voyager space probe. So, Darkness lets you create a 15-foot radius sphere at a point of your choosing, and no one can see through this. Creatures with dark vision can't see through this. Non-magical light can't illuminate it. No one can see through it unless they have the ability to see through magical darkness, like if they have the Devil's Sight invocation, which you do. So if you use this, and while you're in there, anyone trying to attack you that can't see through it has disadvantage, and anyone who thank you for the head pat, and anyone who you attack, you'll have advantage on that attack as well. There we go. I can say things, I swear. Okay. Level 4. Oh gosh, excuse me. So at level 4 we get we could either get a full ASI or a feat. We're gonna be getting the feat here. Thank you for the hydrate. That's a good idea. I'm probably pretty dehydrated after that. Thank you for the posture check, too. Alright, so specifically, I am going to recommend... Oh, wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to recommend that you get the Fey Touched feat. So this allows you to boost one stat of your choice by 1. We'll be going with Charisma. It also gives you access to the Misty Step spell. Very good spell. It lets you... It lets you, as a bonus action, teleport to an unoccupied space up to 30 feet away. Note that this does not necessarily have to be on a horizontal plane, it can also be on a vertical one. And you also learn one other spell of your choice from the divination or enchantment school. So I'm gonna look at those real quick. Stellar dragons seem to be an actual thing. Oh yeah, they are. And with the new one that just came out, there's also other things that you could think of as space dragons. We have actually met some as as allies in our Comet Tales D&D game. It's very good D&D game. Let's see. Let's get... You know what? It's such a good spell. I'm going to get it here too. Let's get Silvery Barbs. Thank you for the virtual hugs. I appreciate that a lot. You might have been able to tell I'm very emotional. So, Silvery Barbs as a reaction. When you see a creature succeed at an attack roll or ability check or saving throw, you can force them to roll again and pick the lower of the two rolls. And then you can choose a different creature within range, including yourself. That creature then has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw they make within a minute. Okay. Also, these are both spells that you can cast without spending a spell slot, once per long rest, or with spell slots you have. Okay, we got that, oh wait, hold on, was there, I forget, was there another spell that we get at this point? Or anything else? Yes, we get one more spell at first or second level. Alright, let's see. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's also get borrowed knowledge. Because again, he's got an awful lot of knowledge in him, even if he doesn't know all of it all the time. With borrowed knowledge, you pick a skill that you don't have proficiency with, and for the next hour, you have proficiency with it. Simple as that. Alright, voila. Alright, let's see. Oh, also I forgot, 4th level, we learn one more cantrip. Let's see, what other cantrip do we want? let's go with... Let's see, I don't want to do Thunderclap because sound doesn't exist in space, so it would be kind of pointless. Alright, so bear with me here. While in his original series, he is his own unique servant class, also called Voyager. In the Fate Grand Order, he's instead considered a foreigner, who are, like, in-universe representatives of unknowable, maddening entities. So, for this, to represent that, I'm gonna give him the Mind Sliver cantrip. This forces an intelligence saving throw, or the target takes 1d6 psychic damage and subtracts 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn, which could then be another one of your spells to give yourself an easier time. Am I feeling better? For now, I'm still going to be very emotional. I can guarantee you that, though. Alright, let's see. So, 5th level, we now have access to 3rd... Oh my gosh, hold on, I forgot something. I forgot the Seeker spells. Can't believe I forgot the Seeker spells. Alright, so let's go back here. Patron spells. Okay, so at 3rd level, you get these spells of Levitate and Locate Object. So, Levitate allows you to, at will, rise up from the ground up to 20 feet and just stay there, or adjust your height. You can do this on an object as well, up to 500 pounds. Or it can also be a creature other than you, which can, if they're willing, fine. If they're not willing, they have to make a con saving throw. Once they're up there, they can only move by pushing or pulling against a fixed object or surface within reach. The other spell you get is Locate Object, which lets you name an object or a type of object, and it points you towards the closest one of those within 1,000 feet of you. Character sounds cool. I always like how you can adapt all these into D&D characters. Thank you. I try my best. Alright, so... Warlock 5. We have access to 3rd level spells now. Alright, let's see. I think the only one I can really recommend right now, first and foremost though, is Fly. It's gotta be Fly. He's a little fly guy. That means it's a concentration spell up to 10 minutes, gives a target a flying speed of 60 feet. And don't worry, remember you've got Featherfall for if you run out and you're in a place that has gravity. No. No, he does not. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts to think about. Oh, that hurts. Okay. also get more patron spells. For the Seeker, those are Clairvoyance. Always struggle with this one. Yes, I meant that one. And Sending. So, Clairvoyance lets you create an invisible sensor of a location you're familiar with or a place you've visited before within a mile that you can either see or hear from. So again, Voyager is a space probe. He's designed to learn about the universe, so this is a perfect ability for him. He can swing close by planets or other interesting places and send this down to the points that he sees to see what else is around down there. And then Sending again lets you send a short message up to 25 words or less to a creature you know. They hear the message and can respond in kind. They have to know at least one language, and also have an intelligence score of 1, but that's probably going to be fine. And this works across any distance, though once you get to other planes of existence, there's a 5% chance that the message won't arrive. So this just means that Voyager has been rolling nat ones on trying to send messages back to Earth since he left the solar system. I'm gonna be okay. Gonna be okay. Gonna be okay. Alright, let's see. Thank you for the head pat. Sorry, I'm just looking at the different invocations we could get to try and decide which ones would be best. Honestly, there's not a ton that I want here yet. No, again, because he's a probe and he's all about learning information about the world, let's get... Eldritch Sight. That allows him to cast Detect Magic at will, which lets you know if a object, person, or place is currently magical or being affected by magic, and what kind of magic, what school of magic it is. You can do that at will with no spell slot. Oh wait, also... Okay. Honestly, I haven't thought a ton about Voyager's build because I didn't want to make myself sad. So I don't know how much we're going to be focusing on Warlock here, or if we're going to multi-class. Okay, so... third level... sorry, third level, 6th level. 6th level, we get another ability from our patron. This is called Astral Refuge. So, as an action, you disappear from the world around you for a brief moment and enter the astral plane. While you're in this astral refuge, you can take 2 actions to cast spells that target only you. After using these 2 actions, you return to the space you occupied and your turn ends. So basically, this allows you to buff yourself up real quick. You're still limited by only 1 concentration spell, but you can heal or do other stuff for yourself using this feature instead. And there's no limit on how many times you can do this, so it looks like, since this is just based off action, you can do this as many times as you want, turn to turn to turn. And of course you also learn 1 more spell. Let's see. Let's see. I don't really have anything solid, so let's stick with the goodie in general. It's gonna be counter spell. If you're within 60 feet of someone casting a spell, and it is 3rd level or lower, it just does not happen at all. If it is 4th level or higher, then you make a charisma check equal to 10 plus the spell's level, and if you succeed, the spell fails. You sent 1 more cat pick, thank you. I will look at this cat pick. Cat pick. May I see? That's an excellent cat pick, thank you. Have I ever listened to Bluegrass for 4 hours and now want to play a gunslinger in every RPG ever made? I mean, Bluegrass will have that effect for sure. Good Country does that to me, especially Dark Country. Also, funny you should mention that, because that's actually gonna be something that I'll be running a game about in before too long. distracted again. Okay. Right, Warlock 7. We get more spells and another invocation. Who's your favorite country artists these days, D? I should say I really like folk country, dark country, and more old school country. Anything that's like moving into the 90s and today, I'm very iffy and very picky with. Wait, but before that, I forgot. I almost forgot. We've got to do the domain spells. Or not domain spells, patron spells. Still a George Jones fan? Nice. I mean, I'm always a sucker for Johnny Cash, but I've really taken a liking to a relatively recent artist called Orville Peck. Highly recommend checking him out if you haven't heard of him before. Okay, so Arcane Eye and locate creature. So Arcane Eye lets you create a invisible magical eye within 30 feet of you, which you can get information from. It has normal vision and dark vision, it can look in every direction, and as an action you can move it an additional 30 feet. Again, you're a research probe. This is a great way for you to learn about things. The other, so you get locate creature. You can either you describe or name a creature familiar with you, and you sense the direction to its location as long as it's within 1,000 feet of you. It can also, so it can locate a specific creature or a specific kind of creature, as long as you've seen such creatures up close. There's a game called Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. Yes. I saw Elf Gal Goes play that, and it was a really interesting game. I think I kind of spoiled a lot of the character plots for it myself, but it is still a very good game. Okay. Spells known. Alright, since our boy does have a nuclear reactor in him, and I want to give him at least one good AoE spell, I'm gonna give him Sickening Radiance. So, Sickening Radiance is straight up, I cast Radiation Poisoning. It creates a 30-foot radius sphere of dim greenish light surrounding a point of your choosing. When a creature moves into the spell's area or starts its turn there, they have to make a Constitution saving throw or take 4d10 radiant damage and suffer a level of exhaustion as they emit a dim greenish light in a 5-foot radius. The light makes it impossible for the creature to benefit from being invisible. Also, this is something that if you're able to keep someone in there, it gets worse and worse as it goes on. Exhaustion level 1, disadvantage on ability checks. Level 2, your speed is halved. 3, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. 4, hit point max is halved. 5, you can't move at all. And 6, you just die. So if you have a way to lock someone down and keep them inside Sickening Radiance, that can be really devastating. But also, maybe you shouldn't be leaking your nuclear reactor. That's probably bad for you too. So we get one more invocation right now. You have some dumb bunny puns. Sure, I'd love to hear some dumb bunny puns. What do you have? Okay. And also for invocations known, I'm going to say let's get Trickster's Escape. That allows you to cast Freedom of Movement on yourself without spending a spell slot once a long rest. Why did the bunny refuse to go out in public? I don't know. Why did the bunny refuse to go out in public? Because they were having a bad hair day. Thank you, that did make me laugh. I appreciate that. You want to know something weird about... Want to know something weird about rabbits and hares? Rabbits and hares are actually really, like, genetically different. Rabbits and hares cannot interbreed at all. And actually, I think it's dogs and wolves, as well as, like, dogs and wolves are more closely genetically connected than rabbits and hares are. It's like they both kind of evolved into the same end point, but are completely different in terms of beyond that. Okay. Warlock 8. Yet another ASI. This time I want to cap out Charisma. Because it should still have... should have the +1 that I forgot to put in, so that would be +3 now, so... got that capped out. Learn one more spell. Let's see, what spell do we want? For this, I'm actually dipping back down to the 3rd level to get tongues to allow you to understand all spoken language and to and be able to communicate to others in spoken language. Because again, you're an ambassador of the best parts of humanity. Oh, I can feel the tears welling up again. I can't think too poetically, or I will just cry again. Why did the bunny sign up for an online dating site? Did they want to fuck like a rabbit? Okay, let's see. Oh, I take it that wasn't it. Okay, so we get more patron spells. These are legend lore and pass wall. Okay, so legend lore. Name a person, place, or object of legendary renown. The more that you know about it, the more lore your DM will tell you about it. It's useful provided your DM is not gonna be super stingy about lore, which honestly, a DM worked really hard on all of that lore, probably, so they should want to show it off. They wanted some bunny to love. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. The other one is Pass Wall. That allows you to create a passageway through a wooden, plaster, or stone surface like a wall, a ceiling, or a floor that lasts for an hour. You can choose the dimension, up to 5 feet wide, 8 feet tall, and 20 feet deep. So if you're trapped in a room or just want to get past a barrier, Pass Wall can be pretty cool for that. Okay. Also, we now gotta look at some other... Gotta look at some more spells, since we can now get 5th level. What did the bunny say to the carrot? I don't know. What did the bunny say to the carrot? It was nice gnawing you. That's beautiful. Thank you.
How much would the woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I don't know. I mean, it's sort of an impossible question, right? Because the premise of the question is asking how much wood would a woodchuck chuck? So how much would they throw if they were capable of throwing wood? But because they're not capable of throwing wood, we can never know how much wood that they would throw, either if in terms of their capability or in terms of, like, their willingness. That's a tough one. It's a tough one. Okay, I'm going to say, let's get Wall of Light. That seems like a nice space-like ethereal spell. So a shimmering wall of light, which can last up to 10 minutes, front based off concentration, appears at a point within 120 feet. You can shape it however you want. Every creature in its area must make a Constitution saving throw or take 48 radiant damage and be blinded for a minute. A creature that ends its turn in the wall's area takes another 48 radiant damage, and until the spell ends, you can use an action to shoot a beam of radiance from the wall at a creature you can see within 60 feet of it. And on a hit, once again, 48 radiant damage. Although, whether you hit or miss, it reduces the length of that wall by 10 feet, and if it drops to 0, the spell ends. So just another fun, flavorful, spacey way that you can fuck shit up. Okay, so... Warlock 10. Oh, also, feel free to mix up the order of these levels at home. You're more than welcome to customize how you build these if you decide to build these at all. Okay, so... Warlock 10... There we go. At Warlock 10, you become a Far Wanderer. This makes it so you no longer need to breathe, but since you were an you're an auto gnome, you were already, it was already unnecessary for you to breathe. However, the nice part is it also gives you resistance to fire and cold damage, which is really nice. Okay, so... let's see, I think that's all you get at Warlock 10, right? Yes. Oh, and you learn one more cantrip. Oh, but first I forgot. 9th level, we get another invocation, so let's fix that. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I just noticed something. I didn't see these before, but there's actually a couple of unique invocations that only Seeker patrons can get. Hold on, let's replace some of these. So, Warlock, let's see. Eldritch Sight I think is still okay. Trickster's Escape we're actually going to replace with, Path of the Seeker. So this means that you get to ignore difficult terrain, have advantage on all checks made to escape a grapple, manacles, rope bindings, and advantage on saving throws against being paralyzed. So pretty similar effect, but it's not totally, like, perfect. On the other hand, it also isn't something that you're limited to once per long rest, which is pretty nice. I am feeling a little better, don't worry. I'll get really emotional again at the end when I have to explain all of the special things that make my little guy so special. Don't worry, I'll get upset again. Also, I can actually change the spell I learned at 8th level, and I think way back at 1st level too, because of the next one I'm gonna be getting, which I think, isn't that at 9th level? Yes. And that is the Seeker's Speech. So, that means when you complete a long rest, you pick 2 languages, and you gain the ability to speak, read, and write in those 2 languages until you finish your next long rest. So again, more limited version of tongues, but doesn't require spell slots. Oh. Hey Hazel, welcome back. I don't know if I've won. I'll be honest, I really don't know. But I'm having a very emotional time, at least, I guess. Alright, let's see. For tongues, I'll replace that with... Thank you for the hug, I appreciate that. I'll replace that with Spirit Shroud. That's up to a minute concentration. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals a d8 extra of radiant, necrotic, or cold damage, which you pick when you cast the spell. And any creature that takes this damage can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. And any creature you see that starts its turn within 10 feet of you has its speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. You can win the thing. I mean, it's not really a thing for me to win or lose, it's just I get super emotional about this. Alright, and then the other one was way back here. Right. Yeah. Let's see, what other first level spell would I want? From Warlock. I already gave him protection from evil and good. This is the god of the rainbow. Let's give him... So, I mean, in the cold vacuum of space, I imagine that a lot of things develop a coating of ice around them. So let's give him Armor of Agathis. This is an hour-long duration spell that surrounds you with a magical covering of 5 that gives you 5 temporary HP, and if a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these temporary HP, they take 5 cold damage. And you can upcast that to increase the amount of HP, temp HP you gain, and the cold damage it deals by 5 for every slot. Okay. Alright, and let's see, level 10... Oh wait, hold on, I forgot cantrip at level 9, right? No, that is at level 10. Sweet, I didn't forget. Yes. Okay, let's see. What cantrip do I want? How was the rest of your night, Hazel? Or how has it been since I talked with you last? I hope you're having a good one. Let's see. Yes, let's get... Oh, Sword Burst. That makes it so every creature within 5 feet of you has to make a dex save or take a d6 force damage. Or, at this level, that would be 2d6 force damage. I forgot things to explain that those cantrips scale naturally. It's not as good as Eldritch Blast for raw damage, but it's a melee option, so you won't have to worry about disadvantage if they're within 5 feet, and it will also be an AoE. Good if you're surrounded. Let's see... Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good doing the new raid tier in 14. Oh? How's that going? What does that entail? So, Warlock 11, we get a Mystic Arcanum. So, the Mystic Arcanum is a 6th level spell that you can cast once without spending a spell slot. And just also another spell that you know, period. Let's look at what we've got for 6th level spells, huh? Fighting a bunch of raid bosses? Nice! I hope I'm not distracting you. I don't want to be a nuisance. Let's see. I got sad because I saw a spell and I momentarily misread it instead of summon fiend as summon friend. I was like, yes, I want to give the boy a little friend. Sadly, it was not. Alright, I think we're going to again switch one of the earlier spells we got, because for this I want to get Tasha's Otherworldly Eyes. So this is an excellent spell to make you into a magical combat pro, or at least better. You get to choose when you cast it either to draw upon the magic of the lower planes or the upper planes. If you do the lower planes, you're immune to fire and poison damage and the poisoned condition. If you choose the upper planes, you're immune to radiant and necrotic damage and the charmed condition. Either way, you get spectral wings, giving you a flying speed of 40 feet. You have a +2 bonus to your AC. All your weapon attacks are magical, and when you make a weapon attack, you can use your spellcasting ability modifier instead of strength or dexterity for the attack and damage rolls. And you can attack twice instead of once when you take the attack action. This is really good. Also, because I got it here, I'm going to probably replace the, what's it? Spirit Shroud spell. I know I'm very finicky with these. I don't have an excuse, I'm just very finicky with them. Hey, Bug Boy, thanks for the lurk. Let's see. Let's get... Let's just give him the other counterpart. The one counterspell for if it's a active effect, the spell magic if it's a continuing or currently ongoing magic effect. Okay, was there anything else that our special, beautiful boy gets at 11th level? No. Okay. Warlock 12. We get another ASI. I'm gonna be boosting up our Constitution next, because it's very low for a caster. Was there anything else you get at 12 level? Warlock, as you might guess, is one of the classes that I've used the least in the Let's Roll With It series, so it tends to be the one that I have to double check the most. Hmm. Alright, you know what? Since you are primarily a fairly squishy boy, let's get, for this level... Or is it... There it is. Let's also get invocation. Let's get repelling blast. When you hit something with an eldritch blast, you can push it up to 10 feet away from you in a straight line. And if you hit the same target multiple times, that's 10 feet every time you hit it with the blast. Okay, let's see. Oh gosh, this really killed my productivity too. Alright, let's see. It's level 12, 13. Okay. Warlock 13. We get another Mystic Arcanum. Oh, also I misspoke. We don't actually have the ability to cast these high-level spells outside of the Mystic Arcanum, unfortunately, which sucks. But, them's the breaks for Warlocks. A very hit-or-miss class. Let's see what we got at 7th level. Let's see. Oh, obviously I know exactly what I have to get. We have to give this boy his crown. His crown of stars. When you cast this, for the next hour, 7 stars of light appear and orbit your head. You can use a bonus action to send one of these stars shooting towards a creature or object within 120 feet of you, and when you do, make a ranged spell attack on hit, 4d12 radiant damage. Also, depending on how many you have left, they shed bright light in a different amount of radiant, or they shed bright light and dim light varyingly. But this just gives you another option to attack, and since it's bonus attack, you can do that with other spell attacks as well. I like it. It's very flavorful for our lovely, beautiful, very brave little boy. I'm gonna be okay, I swear. Alright, let's see. Yep, come on. Warlock 14. Get our last subclass feature here. It is called... Oh gosh, this is gonna be a word for me to try and spell. astral sequestration. Excuse me. You can perform a special ritual over 5 minutes, which shifts you and 10 willing creatures of your choice into the astral plane. While you're in there, you get the benefits of a short rest, and you then return to the spaces you all occupied when you use this ability with no time having passed. But yeah, during the short rest, you can make use of any options available that you would have during a short rest normally. Though it affects you only affects you and the creatures you sequester. You can do that once per long rest. And have all your friends over in a nice little camp. That's nice. That's cute. I like it. Alright, let me look ahead for a second here. Are there any 8th or 9th level spells I really, really want? Honestly, there's not really a ton that jump out, so I'm gonna say no. Instead, I think also there's not really a ton of hello, fiery boy. Welcome, welcome. Sorry if I sound a little bit congested, but I cry a lot whenever I have to think about the Voyager 1 space probe or his anime boy counterpart here that I was forced to build a D&D character for. But how's it going? It's nice to meet you. Hope you're having a good one. I don't think there's really any more invocations that I particularly care to get, so with that done, we're going to jump class for a little bit here. Forced at gunpoint. Nina personally pulled out her Glock and held me up at gunpoint to make me do this. Because she was the only person who voted. Exactly. It's alright. Honestly, I don't really care if people know or don't know the characters. Just checking something real quick. Okay, we can work with this. Alright, so, and again, I highly recommend trying to mix in levels of different, of these different classes wherever you want. It's your build when you play this at home. Your favorite game is D&D. Your favorite food are nachos. I enjoy D&D as well. Nachos are also very tasty. You love to make potions IRL. Your D&D character is an orc rogue blacksmith, and pronouns any. Alright. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Fiery. What do you like to put on your nachos? I'm someone who doesn't really get to have fancy nachos at home, but when I do, I love nachos where I can get chives and sour cream and maybe like a nice meat as an underlying thing, some onion, chef's kiss. We're actually gonna jump ship over to Sorcerer now. sour cream, beans, guac, and beef. Oh. I can't, unfortunately, I can't eat guac, but everything else there sounds fantastic. Guy, I'm really in the mood for sour cream now. Let's see. Okay, so, Sorcerer 1. Again, you get spell casting. You get a Sorceress Origin. Did I misspell that? Yeah, I did. Sorceress Origin. For our Origin, I know, like, I've tried guac before, and, like, I've tried avocado and other things, and, like, if it's, like, a very small amount of avocado, and it's used in moderation, I can kind of deal with it. But if it's a really prominent ingredient, it makes me super nauseous, and, like, nauseous to the point of, if I have more of this, I am probably going to chuck. So I am tragically a millennial that can't indulge in all millennials' secret vice. So, because Voyager is a machine, we are going with Clockwork Soul for our little lad. So, what does this mean? First off, it means that we have Clockwork Magic. So these are spells that we get at certain levels, basically whenever we get a new level of spell available. But the added bonus of this is if it's something you already have or don't want, you can replace it with another spell of the same level as long as it's Abjuration or Transmutation from the Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard spell list. So at first level, that is Alarm, which allows you to ward an area no larger than a 20-foot cube for 8 hours until the spell ends. Anytime a tiny or larger creature touches or enters the area, no saving throw required, they set off the alarm. You can specify if certain creatures don't set it off when you cast it, and you can make the alarm, audible or just entirely within your head. The other one would be Protection from Evil and Good, but we kind of already got that one, so we're gonna pass on it. And instead, I'm just gonna go with that second one with good old shield. Add +5 to add +5 to the AC of yourself as a reaction. Good job on the trans. Your cousin is trans but hasn't come out because her parents don't support her, sadly. Well, you can tell your cousin Fiery that I am now, legally speaking, her parent. I will grill hamburgers while I build a deck and make bad jokes. I will bring her clothes shopping and teach her how to bake. Yeah, legally, I'm just... I mean, I don't make the rules. That's just how being trans works. The other feature you get here is the ability to restore balance. So, this makes it that when a creature you can see, including you... when a creature you can see, which includes you, within 60 feet, is about to roll a d20 with advantage or disadvantage, you can use your reaction to either, well, to cancel out that advantage or disadvantage. You can do that a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus for a long rest. Alright, and then in addition to that, we know 4 cantrips and 2 level 1 spells, so let's pick those real quick. She will legally be known as Torin, the pronoun. Oh, okay, okay. Alright, so Torin, he, him. Got it. Oh, legally, so, wait, I'm confused. Which is it that your cousin is like... Which do they identify as, you know? Alright, so we know 4 cantrips. Let's get... spells. No. I want to make sure I'm not... He, him. Okay, so, yes, legally I am now his parents. You can let him know that. You can send parental requirements my way. Okay, so let's get the light cantrip so you can finally see in the dark without having to use the side effects of other spells. Oh, wait, actually, no, you are, what am I saying? You've already been able to see in the dark the whole time because you have Devil's Sight, so you don't need that. Sorry, my mistake. Let's go with Blade Ward then. That, as an action, you get resistance to bludgeon piercing or slashing damage for the rest of the round. Let's also get... Let's get... Dancing Lights to create a bunch of little stars that you can make dance around and be friendly and cool. Let's also get... Hey Booty, how's it going? What, we forgetting? It's in my skill set. Oh, you spec'd into being really good at forgetting too? Nice. Let's also get Firebolt. Ranged attack, which at this point, God, is doing 3d10 fire damage on hit. It's a shooting star. Make a wish. And let's also get Mending, since you can use that to let yourself heal by spending hit dice. That's pretty useful. Mood. I also have, unfortunately, those powers. I wouldn't worry about it, Fiery. It's not like you're trying to do it deliberately or maliciously. I think that's okay. Okay, let's see. Other first level spells. Let's get... Absorb Elements. As a reaction to taking Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, or Thunder damage, you half the damage that you take, and you deal a d6 of extra damage on a melee attack with that type next turn. Saw the thing about pronouns. You have a question regarding that, actually? Sure, what's the question? Why do people always ask, what do I call you for pronouns, like I have a name? Huh. I mean, that's a fair That's a fair thing. I'm honestly not sure. I guess it's just kind of like a phrasing issue? Hmm. That's a good question, though. Okay, and for the other spell, we're gonna take advantage of the weightlessness of space with catapults, which lets you launch an object up to 5 pounds in a straight line 90 feet. If it would collide with something, the creature has to make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, it strikes them and deals 3d8 bludgeoning damage. On a success, though, fun thing about this spell is that object keeps going until it's traveled 90 feet. So if you can get enemies lined up, you can just launch this and it will keep going till it hits something. I don't know. I think that's fun. Alright, let's see. Sorcerer 2. Its direct conversations, pronouns are I and you. Sometimes we with communist friendships. Yes, our pronouns now, comrade. Okay, so we get our font of magic. This allows us to turn spells into sorcery points and sorcery points into spell slots. This can be used to make some real funky stuff with warlock spells. Basically, you can use this to burn the warlock spell slots, which you can then get back on a short rest in order to get more sorcery spell slots. It's fun. It's silly. It allows you to go for really long times before taking a long rest if that's something you want to do for some reason. Okay. I also get one more spell. You've had a communist friendship. She spoke to you, and it made conversation easier. Never even had to listen. Honestly, listening can be an underratedly fun part of a friendship. Like, I love being able to listen to people who are clearly super passionate about what they're talking about, even if it's something I have no freaking clue what they're saying. Gonna log off? Just so you know, your orc's name is Novak. Nice. It was nice to meet you, Fiery. I hope you have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you around. Alright, we get one more first level spell here. Let's see, what do we want? What do we want? What do we want? You listened to her, but when she was talking for the group, you never had to care what the other party said? Ah, I see, I see. Little stretch. You feeling sleepy, baby? Let's see. Let's get even more shooting stars here. Get some magic missiles. Magic missiles lets you shoot 3 darts of force that automatically hit, dealing 1d4 plus 1 force damage. This is great because every time someone holding concentration on a spell gets hit, they have to roll to see if they lose concentration, so you can try to make them lose that concentration up to 3 times. Even more if you upcast the spell. Granted, you spent like 10 years without really speaking, almost lost your voice, it was so underused. Okay, that's maybe not quite as good. Alright. That was level 2. When you stopped talking, you didn't know that could happen? Oh yeah, it's scary. Sometimes it doesn't even feel like it takes particularly long, either. At Sorcerer 3, we get Meta Magic. So, Meta Magic are ways that you can spend your sorcery points to make your spells a little more special, a little different, a little more powerful, perhaps. Let's see. Let's get... Yep, it's meta magic. Magic about magic. Get meta magic options. I'm gonna say for one of these, let's get Quickened Spell. That lets you spend 2 sorcery points, or yeah, 2 sorcery points when you're casting a spell that normally takes a full action to instead cast it as a bonus action. And this allows you to do something else with your action. Pretty self-explanatory. And... Then what else? What else? Okay. Let's also get... Let's get an extended spell. Oh, if a spell has a duration of a minute or longer, you can spend a sorcery point to double the duration up to a max of 24 hours. Okay. Then we also get second level spell slots. And more origin spells as well. Clockwork spells. Have fun, we're gonna go do game things. Ooh! Alright. I'd ask you what game you're playing, but instead just have fun. I hope you have a good time. Okay, so the spells are Aid and the other one, Lesser Inspiration. So I've already explained Aid +5 for max and current HP for up to 8 hours. Lesser Restoration, you can remove the effects of blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned from someone that you touch. The Just looking at the other spells we could still switch over to if we wanted. I think I'm happy as is though. And then spells, you pick one more for second level sorcerer spell. Let's see. Let's get Vortex. This allows you to create a magical wormhole around a creature you can see within 90 feet of you. They have to make a Constitution save, which they can choose to fail, and on a failure, they're teleported to an unoccupied space of your choice within 90 feet. Sorcerer 4. We get our last ASI. Let's go with one more Constitution up. Oh, I mean, one more Constitution. Wait, that can't be right. I know I boosted up at least... Oh, right, because this was originally a 10. I forgot. I was too distraught and I just directly edited. Alright. Oh, that's right, we know one more cantrip too. And one more spell. That's at 4 or 5. That is at 4. Okay. Okay. I'll probably end up reordering these a little bit so we get some of the sorcerer levels earlier in the build as well. Entrance. Let's get message, which allows us to point and telepathically send a message only one person, the person that you point at, can hear within 120 feet, and they can respond in kind. And then one more second or first level, or probably second level spell. Let's get... see... invisibility. Because you gotta be able to see invisible creatures, so then you can make friends with invisible creatures. It's very important for his mission. Wait. Oh no, this is right. Never mind. Sorry. Sorcerer 5. Almost done. Clockwork spells. Dispel magic and protection from energy. We don't have protection from energy, so we'll keep that one. Dispel magic we do have though, so let's see. What do we want to switch that out for? Haste. We want to switch it out for haste. Okay. So, protection from energy is pretty straightforward. You pick from acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder damage, and whatever you touch up to an hour based off concentration gets a resistance to that. Haste is really, really, really good. You choose a willing creature, yourself. Their speed is doubled, they get +2 to AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and can make an use an additional action each turn to make an attack of only one attack. Dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. When the minute is up, they have to take a round where they can't move or take actions, but that's fine. It's absolutely worth that. Okay. Alright, let's see. What spell do we want to get open? Not a ton of these really jump out, to be honest. Let's give our boy a little bit of diversity in damage types with Lightning Bolt. This lets you shoot a 100-foot long line of lightning, which forces a dexterity save, or you take 86 lightning damage. Okay. He's a machine. He can do a little bit of electricity as a treat. Also at this level, he gets magical guidance. That makes it that when you make an ability check that fails, you can spend a sorcery point to re-roll, though you do have to take the new roll, even if it's worse. Alright, and finally, our capstone, Sorcerer 6. We get one more subclass feature. We're now a Bastion of Law. That makes it so, as an action, you can expend 1 to 5 sorcery points to create a magical ward around yourself or another creature within 30 feet. which lasts until you finish a long rest or use the feature again. This ward is representing a number of D8 equal to the number of sorcery points spent to create it. Whenever that creature takes damage, it can expend a number of those dice, roll them, and reduce the damage taken by the total rolled on the dice. Ooh, see some apple. Let's see, and then we get one more spell of 3rd level or lower. Oh. Here we go. Perfect. What a perfect little capstone spell here. He really is just a little guy. He's so, so special. Melf's minute meteors. It's right there in the name. They're meteors. You create 6 tiny meteors in your space, and when you cast the spell as well as a bonus action on each of your turns thereafter, you can expend 1 or 2 of them, shooting them off at someone within 120 feet of you. When it reaches its destination or hits a solid surface, it explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of the explosion has to make a dex save or take 2d6 fire damage. Tiny little meteors for a tiny little spaceman. Alright, so now that we reached level 20, let's talk about pros and cons. Pros? He is an excellent explorer. He has want for very little. He has a lot of skills that will support him in terms of his overall ability to navigate the world, to learn about it, and it also helps that he has a ton of he does have a ton of defensive and offensive versatility. He has good variety of damage types and options for bonus actions as well. They're like mini sausages. They're a little meatier. Thank you, Umbra. That made me smile too. And he's just a precious little guy. I know that's not really something that should be a good pro, but to me that's a good pro. Unfortunately for cons, we did make him where, well, he has good base charisma, and he can give himself while he can give himself persuasion proficiency with borrowed knowledge, he does not have that by default. So if he's not prepared for a social encounter, that could still be pretty difficult. The weak little guy body. So with a negative strength modifier, it'll be pretty easy to push him around and hold him in grapples. Although he will have advantage on getting out of those grapples thanks to being thanks to having the Seeker's patronage. Um... No, let's go with... He's got quite a variety of concentration spells, but he can only have one at any given time. But honestly, I don't think any of those negatives matter. Because, chat, this little guy right here, this is the personification of the hopes and dreams of everyone who worked on him, that they might be able to find other life in the universe, other people that they could befriend, other worlds that they could say, hello out there, from this pale blue dot in this one little corner of space. I don't know if you'll ever be able to meet us, but this is what we were like. This is the best that we had to offer. And if you feel alone, just know that we were there. And you know what I have to say to this little guy? All the lights in the sky are stars. And little buddy, you're gonna be able to see every one of them. And now I'm making myself tear up again, so it's time to pick the next character. Okay, change the slide. I can't look at him right now. Can you give you a reading for the IRL voice? What does that mean, Tippy? Like, I can try to do a reading, but, like, what would I even be asking about? I'm going to probably say, personally, like, I'll refund you for those points, but I don't think I am in a place where I can say that. I think that's a little too emotional for me. That is knowledge that I do not know if I am capable of handling right now, you know? I'm sorry. I'll refund you the points. I'm sorry. I just don't think I can do that right now. Let me also restart the music. I can only say what I hope, how I hope he's doing, and I hope he's doing well. By the way, how do you refund points? I think you have to... Let's see... I think it's moderation actions. I'm honestly, it's been a while since I've done this myself. Should be like some object here, I know. I know that much. Well, alright, good night, Nina. Sweet dreams, and thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's see... You know what? since I can't find a way to refund it, maybe are there any other questions you want to ask? Meanwhile, let me actually get that poll up, because I should do that. How about the James Webb Space Telescope? What's it gonna do in the next few years? I mean, I don't think I even need to read it to tell you the answer to that. The answer is it's gonna do frickin' amazing things. Like, it's already revolutionized how we're able to see the space, the star system around us, much less the world beyond that. It's gonna be doing incredible things moving forwards. I don't even need to see the future to be able to tell you that. Alright, where's the other one? List. I'm glad that made you happy, I guess. Okay. I'm taking a risk on this one. But we'll see where it goes. Okay, so, the poll is up, chat. Make sure you vote. Our options are Karna, the demigod child of the sun. Hassan of the Cursed Arm, the assassin who kills with a touch. Tamamo no Mae, the Kitsune Enchantress. Lil Da Vinci, the Leonardo da Vinci of fate you know and love, well, a little tinier. Or BB, the rogue AI of the Moon Cell. So I'm gonna let that run. I'm gonna go use the bathroom so I can clean up my face because I feel very worn out by all the crying. Maybe get something new to drink and use the bathroom. I will be right back. Also, wow, Tamamo no Mae is rearing to go out the gate there. Holy shit. Alright, I'm back. Hello, I return. I live. Okay. So. Is it... Oh, can someone tell me, because I missed the poll, what the results were? I'm pretty sure I know what the results were, but I want to check to be sure. Got it. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's get that up. I always liked Tamamo in the original Fate Extra because, like, she was the only of the three characters that right off the bat felt new and original. Which, like, sure, I get that Nero's actually her own character and that there was probably something different about what they did with Emiya Archer in that one, but I honestly didn't really care to, like, sit around through Nero's route, and I wasn't interested in seeing Emiya again, especially not without the context of his younger self making him interesting. So, I just kind of naturally gravitated towards Tamamo. 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 You know, Tamamo. So, create this. Okay. I don't know why that happened with level 15 slide. There we go. Anyway. So let's figure out our goals for this build. First off, okay. You need a hug?
Also, have you seen the size of the full shoulder of the human size?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
BRB chat. I need to go comfort apparently. I'm back again. It's his back. Back again. It's me. Okay, so first off, you need to be a holy pupper, but not the Okami holy pupper. You need to be a fox who is channeling the power, the divine power of Amaterasu. Who, you know, pretty fucking big deal. And also, want to grab ourselves. Let's see. I think that's a spell, but is that a spell that they can learn? Check. I really want to try and make sure that this isn't gonna be something that rolls over again. Okay, yeah, that isn't gonna work how I want. She uses an awful lot of elemental magic as well, so it'd be good if we can do that. And then also... excuse me. We need to be a good cook. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I think we can do all of that. Season. Alright, let me double check in my tab here. So I do this with this. Yeah, I think we can probably still make this one. Okay. Sonic. Alright, anyway, sorry. First off, she's very charming. She's trying to be the best housewife, so she needs to have good social skills as well. After that, wisdom. She is a reincarnated god, and she knows an awful lot about the gods and the worlds of the divine. Constitution after that. Want to make sure she's pretty sturdy as a caster. Dexterity then. She's pretty quick, pretty clever. Intelligence. She's not dumb, but she doesn't really need that many intelligence skills comparatively. Or I guess technically religion is an intelligence skill, isn't it? Probably be better to have that higher then. Yeah, we can probably work with that. Let's put our 10 there. Bump everything up a little bit. So I am rearranging these a bunch. I want to make sure that I'm able to do the things that I need to do. Okay. Oh, you're gonna call it a night? Alright, thanks for hanging out with me, Thomas. I really appreciate it. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you around. Okay, I think that spread should do it. So let's see, we got some options for what kind of beastly person we're going to do here. And I could certainly do a shifter. But I kind of like the idea of reflavoring something else instead. Specifically, going to reflavor a tabaxi. After all, what is a fox if not a dog that is trying to be a cat? So we can either do 2 in 1 or 3 in 1s. Let's see. Okay, let's do... +2 to... +2 to... Actually do it +2 to intelligence. +1 in charisma. Yeah, I think that works. We're not going to be able to focus a ton in intelligence in later ASIs, so I feel better about giving it at least a little something to start it off now. Okay. You also have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed of 30 feet. You have foxes, or actually bats, claws. Those are a natural weapon for your unarmed strikes. Now deal 1d6 plus your strength modifier slashing damage, which at this point admittedly is a negative, instead of bludgeoning damage normal for it. You get proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. Let's see. Anyway, sorry. Got distracted here. Let's get proficiency in... history and yeah, let's go with history and religion. Let's see. We'll be able to get other things later on, I believe. Excuse me. Let's see, then we also get the ability... Oh, we get dark vision. We can see in the dark with our special fox eyes. You know, hilariously enough, in vanilla D&D, tabaxis, cat people, have dark vision, but cats, the animal, do not. Funny. You also get Vulpine, or technically feline, agility. This means that when you move on your turn in combat, you can double your speed until the end of your turn. You can, well, though once you've used this trait, you can't do it again until you don't move at all during your turn. For the background, let's get insight and how about performance? Performance feels right. She was a courtesan. That's part of the job. Let's see. Okay, we are gonna start off this build as a sorcerer. Get proficiency in 2 more skills. Let's grab Arcana and... Well, you managed to convince people that you weren't a fox for quite some time, so let's get Arcana and Deception proficiency. You're also the ability to cast spells, and before I get to spells known, actually, let's cover our Sorceress Origin, because that's going to affect what we can know for spells. Our Sorceress Origin, we're going with, because she is a reincarnated god, well, goddess, but still same difference. She is a divine soul sorcerer. So, this makes it so that whenever she levels up, she can learn spells from the cleric class list instead of the sorcerer spell class list, which gives her an incredible variety of options. Also, because she is a good aligned deity, that gives her additional access to the Cure Wounds spell, which is really good for a sorcerer, since that means that she has the ability to heal and eventually, as we saw with Voyager, later turn those spell slots into more turn those spell points into sorcery points into more spell slots to cast more Cure Wounds, making her a very solid medic. And she'll get even more solidly. Okay. She is also favored by the gods. This means that when she fails a saving throw or misses an attack roll, she can roll 2d4 and add it to the total, potentially changing the outcome. She can do that once per short or long rest. Alright, so now let's talk about spells now. So we can pick from the Sorcerer spell list both for cantrips and leveled spells. Let me add those in. Alright, so you want to focus on elemental stuff a little bit here, too. Let's get Firebolt for 1d10 fire damage. Let's get... I don't know, Frostbite or Ray of Frost. Let's hit Frostbite, which is a d6 of cold damage on a failed con save, and the target has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Alright, let's also get... Let's also get Gust, which lets you create, well, a gust of wind, which can move objects, medium or smaller creatures that fail a strength save, or just harmless little flavor stuff. Let's see. Let's also get... To give her some more holy souly powers, let's also get Sacred Flame, which deals d8 radiant damage and ignores cover for the saving throw requirement. Just as a heads up, it's gonna take a while for me to pick spells for this because there are so many spells that we're gonna be looking at now. Fortunately, we only have to pick from 2, so that's good at least. Okay, so she already has Cure Wounds. Oh! I know what to do. She made herself look human for an awfully long time. That's absolutely disguised self. It's an illusion that lasts for an hour, or until someone overcomes your spell save to see through it. Also, you know what? This is absolutely more of a flavor thing, but since she was a Shrine Maiden, let's also give her the ability to cast Ceremony. Ceremony is mostly a flavor spell. It lets you do a bunch of different religious ceremonies, things like marriages, coming of ages, funeral rites. The most practical one in terms of things that you'd regularly use is it's how you can make holy water. But yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing she would have literally done for her job as a Shrine Maiden. Or some of it, anyway. Okay. Alright. I'm actually going to do a quick level dip here, because Sorcerer level 20 is not good. So let's quick dip on over to Monk to get unarmored defense, since she never actually wears any kind of protective gear. This will be Wisdom plus Dex plus 10 for her AC when she's not wearing armor, which she never does. It's also Martial Arts, which lets her substitute a D4 for attacks and use her Dexterity modifier instead of Strength, so now she can actually deal some decent damage with her Fox Claws if she needs to. And bonus action, extra unarmed attack. Okay, now that we got that taken care of, let's bounce back to Sorcerer. nothing of value was lost at Sorcerer 20, I promise you. So we get our Font of Magic here. Sorcery points, you know how it is, I already explained that, I don't need to explain it again. We learn one more first level spell. Let's get for this one. Let's get Shield of Faith for a nice +2 AC to either yourself or whatever person you've decided is going to be your new devoted partner that you're going to put your whole life towards serving and making happy. Okay, Sorcerer 3, we get our meta magic options. Alright, for these, I think one of them should definitely be Transmuted Spell, which allows you to take a spell that deals Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, or Thunder damage and make it deal a different one of those types. This is a really good way to have spells that really can do a whole variety of different elemental forces, and considering a lot of her magic is based off of just that, feels like a pretty good fit. I don't know why I sound so, like, defensive when I'm talking about this, but okay, feels like a good fit to me, okay? Yeah, sure, go for it, Hazel. You're a subscriber, that's one of the privileges you get. Let's see. The other one, again, because you're probably going to be fighting side by side with whatever spouse you decide to take, let's also get Careful Spell, which allows you to pick a number of people up to your Charisma modifier to automatically succeed on saving throws if they're caught in an AoE. And then we also have second level spell slots. Let's see.
Hello.
Hey.
So we're working on Tamama no Me.
Yep. Are you especially familiar with her?
Not from the Fate series, no.
But from somewhere else?
Yeah.
Oh?
She's a mythical creature, well, a notorious kitsune from many different legends.
Alright, fair enough. That's a good a place to know her from as any.
Plus I'm kind of a degen and have played, the fan games.
Fan games?
It's not the game that I should talk about on stream.
I see.
But yeah. So, I know her from a couple things. Are you going straight caster with her?
I did do a 1 level dip into Monk to give her unarmored defense, and so that way, since her race is variant tabaxi, because I felt like that fit her better than doing like a shifter, And it also had the
Okay.
nice bonus of giving her the kind of claws that we see her alternate cat self really taking more advantage of.
Yeah, I guess cat would be the closest thing to fox.
Yeah, I mean, what is a fox if not a dog that is acting and wants to be a cat?
I mean, dog hardware, cat software.
I wonder if that's why so many trans people identify with foxes. And hyenas. I probably shouldn't think too hard about this.
I, uh, I've never thought of it like that. My brain is broken.
So at this level, we're going to get the spell Mirror Image, which allows us to split our tails off to create some duplicates of ourselves. They, whenever we are targeted by an attack, have the potential to be hit instead. If you have 3 duplicates left, you roll a 6 or higher on a d20, and one of them gets destroyed instead, or gets hit instead. 2 duplicates, it is 8 or higher, 1 duplicate, 11 or higher. They
Right.
also have AC equal to 10 plus your dexterity modifier, so it's not even a guarantee if they get hit that they'll be destroyed.
Am I okay to throw opinions in on this?
Sure, might as well.
Yeah, so I don't know much about the fate Tomomonome, but usually every time I've ever seen her, she's usually pretty good at melee combat as well.
We're doing a little bit of that. This is the base. So in Fate, she had the idea to split off from her one many-tailed self to turn each of those tails into like a separate clone of her based off a different animal, but functionally different person. So like, there is a Tamamomo that is all about being a melee combatant. That's the one that turned into kind of a cat.
Okay.
But
I'll
they,
have to watch,
yeah,
I'll have
she
to
does
see her in the
exist.
Fate series.
Right.
There's so many weird depictions of her, because like if you go into Japanese folklore, she is more of a caster, but in like a lot of the anime and gaming depictions that I've ever seen her, she runs pretty melee.
Weird. Okay, well, let's see.
But I would imagine Fate holds closer to like the legendary depictions of her being more caster.
I wouldn't say that's a guarantee by any stretch. So our first ASI, we're gonna pump into Charisma. Want to get that casting modifier capped off as soon as possible. So, so get another spell of 2nd level or lower. Honestly, one of the main issues for her is that she has way more variety of things that she could do than she will get spell slots to do. There is a way that I could make it so that she would get those things, but it would have to be through making her like a wizard instead, and she just doesn't strike me as an intelligence caster.
I mean, the only other thing I could think of if you wanted to go more of the melee route is go the arcane trickster route with a few levels at monk.
It's funny because like the version of her that is melee focused is actually a berserker class.
Really?
So it would probably be like Path of the Beast barbarian.
I could see that.
Okay, we're actually gonna dip back down since I was just complaining about her having enough elemental options. Let's get Chromatic Orb so that way she can choose what type of damage it is without having to cast Transmute spell and deal a 3d8 of Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, Poison, or Thunder damage. It's weird that Poison is included in Chromatic Orb, but not in the language of things like Transmuted Spell. Wonder why. Also, hey Lucaman, welcome back, how's it going? Okay, so let's see, that is that for there. That was yeah, that was Sorcerer 4. Okay. Sorcerer 5. So if I recall right, she seems to focus in the games that she appears in on fire, ice, and a little bit of fire, ice, and wind damage and healing. So that's the main goals I'm focusing on here.
Are you giving her a appropriately themed magic missile where it's just Foxfire?
You know, I hadn't actually. Not yet, anyway. That could probably be arranged pretty easily, though.
That's like the only thing I could like think of that would be like a hard imprint on the character.
Spells known.
But I feel like you would have to like talk with your DM prior to that.
Oh, I mean, it's reflavoring. Tasha's made it official that you're allowed to do that. Like, one of the examples that Tasha gives is making magic missiles look like a bunch of chickens. I don't think a DM that opposes that has any leg to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, even before Tasha's was around, in like the first couple pages of the DMG, or no, DMG Player's Handbook. I think it was the DMG, where it says these are all this is all guidelines. You're the DM. You're allowed to do what you want.
Yep, rule 0. Also, I forgot Sorcerer 4. We get one more cantrip, so let's see what we want from that. Here, you know, this is what I'll do for that. Let's get dancing lights for some nice little foxfire orbs.
That's cute. I think that's on brand.
Sorcerer 5, we get 3rd level spells. Again, we're looking for big fire, big ice, big wind, which is nothing. Those are our main focuses here.
That's fair. About to say, the only thing I can think of for like ice spell would be Ice Dagger or Ice Knife. I forget what it's called. You throw a dagger of ice and
I think that's Ice Knife. Yeah, I know what you mean.
and when it hits the target, it shatters and does damage to anybody within a 5-foot radius around the target, I believe. I've only ever seen it used once, so I don't completely remember what it does.
Alright, so this is not something she likes doing, but this is something that she can do. So the first spell I'm doing with here is Bestow Curse. She actually has, according to her in-game stats, Curse Arts at the highest level possible, EX. So she's very, very good at cursing people. She doesn't like to, because she feels that's kind of grody, and it did sort of ruin her attempt at a human life, but she can do it.
But in those situations, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it.
Also, at Sorcerer 5, she gets Magical Guidance. That is going to allow her, just talking about this one, that's going to allow her, when she makes an ability check that fails, spend a sorcery point to reroll and take the new one. Here we go.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm really not sure why the sorcerer has such a weak amount of things. Like, at the very least, I feel they should have slightly more spells. Like, if you're not going to do it like Wizard, where they get 2 every level, at least do it where, like, you usually get 1 spell, and then maybe, like, every other level it's 2 spells or something.
Yeah, the sorcerer spell list is not very big.
Yeah. Okay, so we get Empowered Healing here. That means that whenever you or an ally within 5 feet of you rolls dice to determine the amount of HP a spell restores, you can spend a sorcery point to re-roll any number of those dice once. can do this once per turn. And she is actually a very competent healer in game, so perfect. Let's see. Oh yeah, I hope you're doing good today, Lucaman. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Let's keep it simple for this.
Have you thought about something like Dragon's Breath? It's pretty unique in the
Ooh.
ways of elementals.
No, that's
'Cause I-
true. I hadn't considered that. That would give some variety, though. Yeah, sure, we can do that for this level.
I was about to say I could try and think of a couple, like I think it's called Dust Devils. I think that's wind.
Mm.
If you're trying to stay more on brand for the wind, what is it? Wind, ice, and fire, you said?
Yes, those are her 3 focal types.
So at 3rd level, you're taking Fireball, right?
I mean, I was definitely definitely thinking of it, keeping in mind also that she has transmuted spell, so she can switch around
Oh, yeah.
elemental damage types.
That's fair. Just kind of picturing a giant fireball of wind.
I mean, yeah, I guess the closest would be like thunder damage for that. Which, I mean, what is sound if not wind?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, so that's that.
So that would make Dragon's Breath kind of moot though, right? At that point.
I guess we also have, like, if we really want to be super diverse, we got Chromatic Orb as well.
That's fair. I think Chromatic Orb's a little more on brand.
So let's see, we are at number 7.
It's been like a million years since I've played a sorcerer.
Okay, so we're now up to 4th level slots. Let's see.
I would imagine you'd want to take one of the storm spells.
Storm spells?
Sleet Storm, Ice Storm,
Ah.
stuff like that, because you can rebrand it with transmute spell, and then you could also take at 4th level Wall of Fire, which could also be
Well.
used as a good utility. So I don't know.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge where you're going with this.
Oh,
I would
that's
imagine you're
alright.
trying.
I am doing this entirely and always by the seat of my pants.
That's completely fair and honestly pretty good for a Dungeons and Dragons player. Isn't that just how we do things?
Pretty much, yeah. Let's see, 4th levels. It's especially difficult because since she is a holy solely, I've got to look at all of the cleric spells too.
Some point I would love to sit down and do Tengen with you. I have an idea of like how I would go about it. He's from Demon Slayer. He's the Sound Hashira.
Yeah. I think I'd be up to try that. Sure.
I have just the weirdest concept for him because everything I've seen for him is just like he's a rogue, he's a dual-wielding fighter, he's a ranger, and I'm like, nah, paladin.
Yeah, I could see that.
I take it you've seen the anime?
I've seen bits and pieces. I watched all of the first season when that like, first came out, but that was a while ago.
We'll have to watch the second season. I'll gladly watch it. Tengen has become easily one of my favorite characters along Shinobu.
I love the complexity of all the characters in that show. It's so good.
Absolutely. I had a bunch of people who were telling me because I didn't like Tokyo Ghoul that I wouldn't like that, and I'm just like, you're weird. I
Yeah,
enjoy
Tokyo
this.
Ghoul. No shade to people who enjoy that, but that struck me the same way that like people who watched Death Note and thought it was this really profound and intellectual series.
I mean, I always look at Tokyo Ghoul as just like essentially, pardon my words used, gore porn.
Yeah.
It's just, that's all it is. It's just gore and blood, and it's just like, can we have some story?
Oh, I
But
was almost thinking of getting stone skin here, or getting flesh to stone later on because of how she ends up dying, but I feel like that might be a little too morbid.
I wonder if you could transmute that flesh to fire.
No, sadly. Alright, so the spell I just added though, Ice Storm, pick a area on the ground, 20-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder that becomes bombarded by an ice storm. Creatures within the cylinder have to make a dex save. On a fail, 2d8 bludgeoning damage and 46 cold damage. And the area within that cylinder is difficult terrain until the end of your next turn.
Can you transmute that because of the way
Yep.
the spell reads?
Yep, you can change the cold damage to any of the other listed types.
How does fire become... Okay, I guess it sets the ground on in a cold fire, maybe? I don't know. Making it difficult terrain, but not hurt
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I would call an area that has been lit on fire to be fairly difficult terrain.
Yeah, but I would imagine it would also do damage to you if you stepped in it.
Mm.
So it's like some cold fire type thing. It's like I have a lot of ideas with fire and how to work with it. I literally have an OC who is a pyrokinetic.
Of course, I remember her. Also,
Little
I'm-
gun.
I mean, if you want a real challenge, how do you make it work with wind? Also, we have now
The
capped
ground.
out our charisma mod.
The ground is torn up from the strong winds
Makes
and
sense
is
to me.
made uneasy.
Let's see, we've got another spell pick here.
I think it's probably the best I got for that.
That's fine. Alright, so again, specifically the way her curse magic works, the one thing that she was better at more than anything else, I have to include it because she's good at it, even if she refuses to use it. That is charm. She was phenomenal at bending people to her will, and it goes to show you how much she has evolved as a character that she is able to recognize, hey, that's pretty fucked up.
I mean, that kind of makes sense. The idea of a kitsune is they use their charm and turn into women to lure in men so they can feed on their soul.
It do be like that.
It do be like that. I think kitsune are essentially Japanese succubus.
I mean, yeah, that does kind of track.
But the thing is, not all kitsune are evil.
Oh, of course not. That'd be a gross oversimplification. And that is absolutely not what Japanese mythology is about.
Oh yeah, they're fox spirits. Just most of them are some sort of evil alignment, and it depends on where you seek your lore of a kitsune. Like, look at Ari from League of Legends. She's based on your traditional kitsune.
Oh, well, she's specifically, though, a Korean fox spirit, and those are pretty much universally
A gume.
all... Yeah, those are pretty much universally... Gumis are pretty much universally all horrible, unless they specifically are going... I think it's to avoid eating a human being for, I think it's 100 days. But even then, that just makes them human instead of just making them a good Gumi.
Yeah, I think it's
Also, hey,
gumi.
Minchi.
I don't remember and how it's pronounced.
Alright, so, just stopping real quick. Good luck with the characters. Oh, thanks. I'm probably gonna finish this one.
Sorry, not Kumi. Kumiho.
I'm probably gonna finish this one off stream because I just want to finish it tonight because I don't like having rollover characters anymore. Alright, so Tomomo is one of the reincarnations of Amaterasu, goddess of the sun. We're giving her dawn. It creates the light of dawn in a 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder in a point of your choice. When the cylinder appears, each creature in it has to make a con save or take 4d10 radiant damage if they fail. And if you're within 60 feet of the cylinder, you can move it 60 feet as a bonus action, like some sort of horrifying ancient Japanese satellite kill beam.
Hold on. Wait. Tamamo no Me is a reincarnation of Amaterasu?
In Fate, at least, yeah.
What even is Fate?
Weird. As someone who's a huge fan of mythology and folklore, Fate is simultaneously one of my favorite and one of my most reviled franchises. Yeah. Alright, so...
I'm just gonna go with what you say. The only thing about Fate I know is that Saber is apparently King Arthur as a female.
That's one of the many sabers now.
Yeah, and then Astapult. That's all I know.
And then, Astolfo, yeah.
Yeah.
Get another meta magic option. That would be another decent level 20 sorcerer feature. Just give them access to all of the meta magic. Or
Honestly,
at least, like, let
20
them
you
switch
should.
it.
What is the keystone for sorcerer again? The capstone?
At the end of a short rest, they get 4 expended sorcery points back. It's nothing, yeah.
That's really honestly I think most of the capstones are kind of weak.
Paladin, Cleric, Wizard.
Because
Druid.
like, Paladin, Cleric, Wizard, Druid are classes, and Barbarian are generally classes that you don't multi-class. Whereas like Warlock, Sorcerer, Bard, there's Monk, there's so many of those classes that Ranger that end up going like they end up dipping into other classes because their capstones are just not that good. Like Bard, Sorcerer, and Warlocks and Sorlock is just they're too good.
Okay, so let's take a look at some more meta magic options here. We already have our most important ones, but
That's just my personal opinion, though.
You're allowed to have opinions. Do not worry.
What? It's 2022. What is an opinion?
see.
Wait, what is the cleric capstone? I don't even remember what that is.
Whenever you ask for divine intervention, it's a guaranteed thing. Let's do...
Okay.
well, let's do Twinned Spell. Or, wait, no, actually, let's do Quickened. Because most of our things are AoE instead of single target, so let's do Quickened Spell. Single action casting gets knocked down to a bonus action casting. Alright, so I got that. We'll get another spell. Let's see. Alright. Oh, I guess they don't get Wall of Wind. Okay. Let's see.
So wait, I've never really played a cleric, so divine intervention, you roll a percentile die, and if you roll lower than your level, they grant you your intervention?
Yes.
So you have, like, at level 10, you're telling me you have a literal 10% chance for this ability to trigger.
Yes.
That's... okay.
Yep.
I suppose.
I mean, considering that it's something that if you fail, there's no penalty, there's no cost. You can just keep doing it as many times as you want, and if you succeed, you can't use it again for a week.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. The only thing about it is, like, your DM has discretion over how they interpret it, and they could just really screw you in that way, depending.
Yeah, but I feel like if you've spent that much to do that much, they're probably not going to be that terrible.
It has flashbacks of some of the DMs that I've had. Look, I play a Chaos Sorcerer. When I do play Sorcerer, I've had some pretty twisted DMs. But that's kind of cool, and I see why you would take that capstone. I have distracted you. I apologize.
That's fine. You know what? I think I might try to give her a little more mobility first. So this one, let's bounce back down to, I think that was second level, third level. For Thunder Step. It's not really many good thunder-based options we got here, but this one's pretty good. As an action, you immediately teleport yourself to a space you can see within 90 feet, and you can also take a creature with you if you want, if
Honestly,
they're willing.
Personal favorite spell.
It is very fun. Every creature within 10 feet of the space you leave has to make a con save or take 3d10 thunder damage, which, as with the other transmuted spells, you can use with other elements as well. Okay.
fun fact, you can use Thunderstep while invisible and not break your invisibility.
Fantastic, because it's not technically an attack.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Oh, also, that's right, you get one more cantrip. Let's see.
One of the reasons it is a personal favorite of mine.
Hmm?
I said it's one of the reasons it is a personal favorite of mine for
Mhm.
spellcasting.
Let's also stick with the wind magic theme here and get Thunder for the cantrip. It's an AoE. What is AoE Constitution save for D6 thunder damage, which at this point would be 2d6, 3d6 next level. Speaking of next level.
What spell level slot are we at this point?
Let's see. I think we're on 6th. Yes, we are on 6th.
I mean, at 6 you could take Scatter. I think that's more wind based, right?
Maybe.
I don't know what kind of stuff that Tamamonome can do in the Fate series.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna roll it back here because I realized something else. Bestow Curse is better represented by Dominate Monster, so instead, I forgot it. She needs the Daylight spell. She is connected to Amaterasu. Of course she needs Dawn and Daylight. A Daylight 60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point of your choice. The light can shine from an object. It can completely cover things. And if it's intersecting with an area of darkness created by a spell of 3rd level or lower, the darkness is dispelled.
They really took liberty with this whole series, didn't they?
Yep. This will probably be the last slide I do on stream, and then I'm probably gonna just finish the rest off stream.
I mean, fair enough. You've been going pretty solid for 6 hours.
I try. Alright, let's see. Oh, thank you for the hydrate tip.
I've been lurking you since I raided.
Well, thank you.
I had a friend of mine ask me after I raided you. She was like, "I thought you were gonna raid me," and I go, "Yeah, but I was hungry, and you said you were going to stream, and then you ended up streaming an hour and a half later." So I was just like, so she got raided because she's today was like her last stream that she needed to get affiliate or something.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah, I was pretty excited.
I think for this level we're going to get, because I'm going to get Sunbeam next level, but this level I think let's get. Let's just get a really good healing spell. It's been ages, and the only one we have is Cure Wounds. Let's just get heal.
It's not bad fun.
Yep. But, just no rolling. Creature you choose within 60 feet regains 70 hit points, and also cures them of blindness and deafness as a condition and any diseases affecting them. Alright. Next level is going to be Sunbeam, and I'll probably also get something like Autoluke's Freezing Sphere is one I haven't really heard of before, but is a very fun and silly little ability. I am surprised by how little fire I've got in this, but regardless, that's not for here nor there. That's for another stream. So
I was about
let
to
me
say it. I was about to
pause
say,
that.
because 7th level spell, you can always take
Delayed
like
blast, fireball. Oh,
yeah,
firestorm
or
too. Yes.
firestorm, whirlwind, turn that into a fire tornado,
Oh god. Yeah.
and then at 8th level, there's incendiary cloud and sunburst.
Alright. Let's see. While I try and find someone to raid, or at least some peoples to raid, can I get a exclamation socials in the chat? Thank you, thank you. Alright, so
No
the first
problem.
link is the Discord. If you want to hang out, get to know me or any of the other really cool people in the community, consider joining. I'm pretty much, if I'm awake, I'm there. I'm down to talk. I like making friends, so if you want to hang out, you should come say hi. And then our second link is the Twitter. I post memes, artwork, the D&D homebrew and builds that I make, and also my schedule, which gets updated every Sunday. And finally, YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember I should probably put my VODs somewhere.
When you remember YouTube is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Alright, so... the next stream is going to be... Sorry, JDaggy. The next stream is going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. We're doing a flex night. I don't really know what it's going to be yet, but we'll find out together. So I hope to see you there for a night of something. And yeah, maybe games, maybe art, maybe behind the scenes work on making the stream better. I don't know. Anyway. Let's see, with all of that taken care of. Let's see. Alright. A couple of options we got here. Shadow the Hedgehog. Ghostwire Tokyo.
Can't even think of Shadow the
Half-Life.
Hedgehog anymore without thinking of the Snap Cup fan dub that they did the other day.
Or Maneater. Any of those strike anyone's fancy? Oh, we're talking about channels that we could raid. Half-Life?
Replace.
Alright.
I think.
Ah, we've got some sort of discussion now.
Okay.
Alright, well, you're also present, Hazel. You got...
I Uh, which Half-Life is it? Is it the first one?
Uh, that's what it says. I assume that
Did
they
we?
would. Then what?
I thought J Diggy was quoting the meme. We've already missed the best part of Half-Life 1, so
Hmm.
probably Shadow.
All right.
We didn't get to hear the pick up that can.
Well, I mean, technically, then we didn't miss it yet. It's just a game away.
Oh, I thought that was the first game.
Nope.
Am I my memeing is
All right. So, thank you all very much for hanging out with me. I had, well, I had a very fulfilling night. A great first build, a very emotionally challenging second build, and a third build that I'm gonna finish offline. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I had a great time, I think. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I had a great time. Definitely. So, yeah. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. EST, if you want to hang out again. I'm probably going to be working on a mix of artwork, a little bit of a light gaming, and I might try to do some behind-the-scenes stuff in front of the scenes, because there's a lot of stuff that I could be doing to improve this channel that I haven't really been able to do a ton of, so maybe. We are going to set up our raid target. We're going over to Goodnight Snake. So they are a, well, they're a snake. They are a goth snake VTuber. So if you want to hang out while they're playing, oh, this is apparently their finale of it. We'll see how that works. Oh, thank you for the effort. Regardless, I'll have to make that one a command anyone can do. If you want, I appreciate it. If you want, here's a bunch of here's a couple raid messages you can pick. Take the first one if you are a follower or just been hanging out. Take the second one if you want to show off channel emotes. Right. And let me give you all a hug. Smooch if you prefer. And take care of yourselves, chat, because somebody really cares about you. And that's me. Alright. I love you all. Good night. Goodbye. 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 I love you. Goodbye.